Hello, good morning. Hi, Susan.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm outstanding. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you.
Good. You have a good weekend?
I did. You?
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Good, I'm glad.
Hey, Bobby.
Good. So,
Bobby?
hi,
Would
is
you,
this Rep?
yep,
Yep.
would you mute, please, as we're getting ready to start the committee meeting?
I'm sorry, is the echo? Say it again, please.
We're getting ready to start the committee meeting, so would you mute yourself, please?
Would I mute myself?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know you were going to be on here. I'm sorry. Hi, good morning. I'll mute myself.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I'd like to welcome everybody to the appropriations hearing today. This morning we are doing conservation and development from 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock, we have Department of Emergency and Environmental Protection. At 11 o'clock, and the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. 11 o'clock, the Office of Consumer Counsel. 11:30, Department of Agriculture. And then at 1 o'clock, Department of Economic and Community Development. 1:45, Department of Labor. 2:30, Department of Housing. 3 o'clock, Connecticut Agricultural Experimental Station. And 3:30, Office of Workforce Strategy. So we've got a full day today, and we get a snowstorm on top of it. It's so much fun. So I'm going to invite the commissioner. Good morning. We just ask everybody to make sure when they're speaking that the little red light is on the microphone, and that whenever you start to speak for the first time, please just state your name for the record so CTN can put your name tag underneath.
Terrific. Well, good morning. I hope you can hear me okay. My name is Katie Dykes. I'm the commissioner at the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. It's a pleasure to be here, and I want to say a special thank you to Appropriations Committee Co-Chair Senator Austin, Representative Walker, and all the committee members for this opportunity to present testimony for items related to Connecticut Deep in Governor Lamont's proposed budget for the 2024 to 2025 biennium. DEEP is proud to support all of the proposed budget recommendations in the governor's proposed budget, which support DEEP's core programs and provide for additional funds and positions. We know over the last 2 years, we've been very fortunate with the support of our federal delegations to have the opportunity with the bipartisan infrastructure law, and now with the passage of the Federal Inflation Reduction Act last November, to be able to seek billions of dollars worth of federal funding to support many of the programs in DEEP's mission. And so this budget includes several positions that would help Connecticut take full advantage of those benefits. The budget also includes provisions for enhancing black bear management, funding and positions to improve the visitor experience in our parks, with a strong emphasis on safety, accessibility, and maintenance. We also are proud that the budget includes funding to improve equity and environmental justice initiatives, ensuring that all communities across Connecticut have access to resources needed to mitigate and adapt to the worst impacts of climate change and be able to meaningfully participate in decisions that impact their health and environment. We are, I know the committee is well aware of DEEP's structure and mission. We're organized into 3 branches designed to achieve interrelated priorities in protecting the environment and natural resources, providing for clean, reliable, and affordable energy and utility service, and providing Connecticut residents, all Connecticut residents, with first-rate outdoor recreation opportunities and venues. We're tackling emerging challenges like climate change, PFAS contamination, a surge in interest from the public in outdoor recreation, tackling critical challenges related to our waste sector, the need to reform our regional energy markets to respond to volatile energy prices, and providing for expanded broadband access. And I'm really proud to be able to support this budget And I'm happy, as you can see, we have many team members here from DEEP who will be helpful in answering questions from the committee. And with that, I'll close my opening remarks and happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for bringing a very, very enthusiastic team here with you to answer all these questions. So first, before I start, I want to let my colleagues know that who are on Zoom. If you have questions, please raise your hand so that we can recognize you. So if you have any other issues that you'd like to bring up. Okay, first question. In the budget book that we have, right now you have approximately 550 employees. How many of those are staff that you are paying that are working currently? How many of them are open positions that you are trying to fill? In what areas? And part-time? And then we'd also like to find out what of the positions are being paid for through other fundings, such as federal dollars and things like that.
Terrific. So I'll go ahead and invite up our Chief of Staff, Andrew Hoskins, as well as our Bureau Chief for Central Services, Dennis Thibodeau, who will be assisting in answering many of these questions. I will note that our most recent data as of January 13th of this year, we had 834 filled positions and 7 that were pending, 83 in process, which brings us to a total of about 924 total positions. Of course, that's more than 550. As you know, we have across our diverse mission, a variety of different funding sources, in addition to the general fund, that support positions within DEEP. And I'll go ahead and Andrew, if you want to supplement in terms of detailing the positions and their funding source.
Sure. My name is Andrew Hoskins. I'm the Chief of Staff at DEEP. Thank you for having me here. So as the Commissioner noted, the 550 positions that you mentioned are general fund positions that we have budgeted. We also have positions from Special Transportation Fund, the Public Utility Control Fund. We have some positions funded off of federal funding, and we have some other state accounts such as Passport for Parks, CIA, etc. The breakdown is roughly 24% of our positions are funded via the general fund, 2% via Special Transportation Fund, 14% via Public Utility Control, and 30% on federal and 30% on the other funding sources.
Could you please submit that to the administrator so that we can get it out to all the members here? Because I don't write that fast.
Sure, I'd be delighted to.
But we want to make sure of the positions that you have, how many of the positions are positions that are part-time or retired positions that they're filling part-time right now for you?
Yeah, so the temporary worker retiree program that you referenced has been a really helpful tool for us over the past year or so, as we have gone through the quote unquote retirement cliff. So keeping some of these folks in the agency and being able to still have access to their years of knowledge as we transition to hiring new positions has been wonderful. That number at its peak last year was probably around 20. Again, I can provide the exact number, and I think since it's dwindled to under 10. Is that, yeah, I'm getting a nod, so that sounds right.
Okay, great. Okay. Let's see.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I can also, you mentioned part-time positions. We
Yes.
have a large seasonal workforce.
Mhm.
And at our peak in July 2022, last year, we had 672 seasonal positions, with 550 of those positions supporting our parks system as seasonal resource assistants, lifeguards, beach directors, etc.
Okay. In your budget, how many dollars are you lapsing at this time?
For that, I'm going to have to call on Dennis Thibodeau.
Andrew, don't go far. I'm sure we'll come right back to you.
I'm gonna go back to Andrew in a minute.
We got some over there too. Okay.
Good morning. My name's Dennis Thibodeau. I'm Chief Financial Officer. So lapsing, obviously, we're staggering positions, folks leaving, folks coming in the agency. So our projected lapse at this time, we're picking up our separation payments. That's part of our budget obligation. We also, we had a reduction of $1.4 million in the current budget, and that would be absorbed as well. But we expect a lapse probably, it's across a number of funding sources. So it's not all PS. We have our OCE line items. So we're projecting probably at this time close to about $1 million. And it fluctuates depending on how we do with spills, in some other areas where it's a little less predictable.
So OCE?
Those are our other general fund line items. We
okay.
have our conservation funds,
Okay.
our environmental quality funds, spills
Okay.
funds, they're separated out. Yeah.
Okay. When you have lapses, you're not counting any ARPA funds that you had?
No,
Okay.
nope.
Those are separate entities. So how many dollars of your ARPA funds do you still have in limbo?
A lot of ARPA is still underway. I'm gonna defer
And-
right back to Andrew.
And that's why I said don't go far.
I'll take full share.
Sorry for the musical chairs. We have a number of ARPA projects from previous budget cycles that we're still administering. And there is some proposed new ARPA funding in the governor's recommended budget. In terms of exact ARPA accounting, I'd have to follow up. I think would be the best way to do it instead of trying to read off of a very small spreadsheet, if that would be acceptable.
Yeah, we need to know about the ARPA funding. I know that several of us have projects that have been left wide open, and we're trying to figure out why. So we need to have a very clear understanding of what the problem is. Okay. All right, Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of different questions. One, there is some facility closures, and I don't need an answer to that right now. Can you bring that to the worksheet, what those facility closures are, where they are, and why they're closing, so that we have a generalized understanding about that? And can you let us know, bring also a Passport to Parks spreadsheet on what that is? Where do we stand? How much, what we're paying for out of Passport to Parks? Mason, that's what we'll need. Okay, we'll just need the whole thing so that we have what's going on relative to that. And then I want to know, have you filled positions that we put in now 2 years ago relative to opening up the Indian Affairs Council, or the Native American Council? Where do we stand on filling those positions?
Yes, and thank you for those positions. They will be remarkably helpful to improve our partnerships with the Native American tribes across the state. We are currently in different stages of recruiting the two positions. One of them is actively under recruitment, and the other one we're staggering behind that. One of the challenges with that is that they will work under our equity and environmental justice office, and we're finalizing our director recruitment. So we've had a number of recruitments in that office, and we've just tried to manage that workload as best we can. But those were added to the budget, I believe, in July, and we should have at least one of those positions online in the next 2 months or so, and the second one not far behind.
Okay, so because eventually I'd like to transition from being the interface with that. I'd like to get a more professional person in that job to make sure that we're completing and coming up with a true plan. I mean, I could write up a plan on it, but I'd really like to have staff that I could talk to about that, to make sure that we're doing what we should be doing and to make sure that we're doing that. And Graham has done a great job. Edith has done a great job, and all the rest of your team that have been working with Native American communities. But it shouldn't be me that's making sure that everything's getting done. I'd really like to make sure that we are moving in a better direction. So
I support and appreciate that, Senator, and I'll say that I think by the time we get to the end of this legislative session, we will, be in a position to have we will have positions filled and folks ready to make that transition. Just as Andrew was saying, we're hiring the manager who will be overseeing or supervising those individuals, and so I think that recruitment is within like a week or two of having a decision point, and then that way, having that manager in place to be able to pick up the recruitment and then actually interview and selection for the folks who will be working for that person was our goal. So but we'll share that recruitment, and perhaps in the event that committee chairs or others may be able to help us find talented individuals to apply. We're always excited to partner on promoting those opportunities and appreciate the positions.
because there's 8 different bills this year relative to the Native American communities. And it would be good if we had a centralized place. I know that DEEP doesn't handle all of those particular areas, but if they had a council that was reviewing all of those different pieces of legislation, we would have a more comprehensive way of dealing with them all broadly. So I just want to make sure of that. And I noticed that you have 2 additional positions for environmental justice staff. Can you let us know what those are going to be about?
Great. Yes, we're really excited that that's included in the governor's budget. Certainly, it's a shared, I think, priority with the administration of enhancing our environmental justice practices. We have a bill that we've asked the Environment Committee to raise to strengthen Connecticut's environmental justice law. And in addition to being able to support things like the Connecticut Equity and Environmental Justice Advisory Council that we stood up under Executive Order 21-3 over the last year, being able to support enhanced environmental justice engagement, especially with all the federal funding that we're applying for, that we know how important it is to be able to demonstrate to the Biden administration our commitments to Justice 40 principles across many of our programs and applications. These staff will assist with that, but also in anticipation of some of the, should the environmental justice law be strengthened, if this legislation or something, another version moves forward to the governor's desk, we also wanted to make sure that we have adequate staffing in place to be able to support analysis of cumulative impacts and other types of evolving practices to support environmental justice in permitting. So that's the intention, I think, behind these 2 positions.
And I see that you have funding for a park district supervisor for the Central Territory. But I don't want to, one thing I don't see in this is some additional NCON officers. And we get continued complaints. And when we check, even with your department, it doesn't appear to me that we have enough NCON officers. What would be your recommendation relative to NCON officers? And how many people would this park district supervisor, what areas? It says central, but I don't know exactly what that may mean.
I'll defer to Mason Trumbull, our deputy commissioner.
Thank you, Senator Austin. Yes, so I'll start with the
You have to say your name.
Mason Trumbull, Deputy Commissioner at the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Rookie move. This is my first in person. All right. As far as the operations supervisor goes, so that's a position that supervises or oversees park supervisors. So right now the state is divided into 2 sections, east and west, and this would provide a third district, provide a little bit more support for those park supervisors. The reason why we've chosen this position, we're very grateful for it to be in the governor's budget. As you know, last year, the governor and the legislature approved a historic investment in Connecticut state parks. And we have a campaign, it's called Restore Connecticut State Parks. As a result, we have $50 million of projects to start working on. As you can imagine, that's a big investment, but that's also a lot of work to get done. And the operations supervisor position is critical to achieving those projects.
And NCON officers, how many do we need? I think we need more, but I would like to know why that doesn't seem to be something that you're interested in
Mhm.
putting in.
Well, we appreciate the support in last year's budget for increasing positions within NCON. We can speak to some of the recruitments that are underway there. I, appreciate that there's, we perennially hear about, support and interest in expanding our environmental conservation officer personnel. And, we're happy to continue to have dialogue with the Appropriations Committee. But I don't know, Mason, if you want to speak to the status of those positions that are underway.
Yes, I'd like to say thank you for the extra 5 positions that we received last year as part of the legislative and budget process. Those positions are underway and being recruited right now. 2 of those positions, I believe, we'll be able to pull directly in, and 3 will have to go through the academy due to the background checks and so on and so forth. We don't anticipate those positions being in place before the recreational season this summer.
And my last is more of a comment, and that is relative to the $500,000, actually a question too, for accessibility equipment. I put a bill in on this year before I even knew it was going to be part of the budget. How many pieces of equipment do you think you'll be able to purchase with that $500,000?
That's a good question. I think the bill that you proposed has 10 wheelchairs, and I think the funding would the $500,000 would be able to cover the purchase of those 10 wheelchairs. The other parts of the program that the bill requires, we do have just some staffing concerns with the requirements to set up the program itself. So we look forward to getting those wheelchairs in Connecticut State Parks. We think that's an incredible advancement for inclusivity and equitable access.
Well, I know many other states are doing this also. Would they just be at the beaches, or would it be at Green Falls or any of the other smaller parks?
I think we're happy to work with the committee, and I think we've is that bill up in environment today, I believe, and so I think that's the gist of our testimony there, is to say there's a nice alignment here between the governor's budget, which includes this funding, as well as the legislation, and we'd be happy to work with the committee and with the environment committee as well to think through how to best align these resources to improve accessibility across across the state. I think it's also a nice complement as well to the significant amount of funding, bond funding and ARPA funding that was allocated last year, 50 million in total roughly for parks infrastructure improvements. I wanted to just note that we are utilizing a portion of that funding to improve ADA accommodation at our parks facilities, and we'd be happy to share that information as well.
So I went to a veterans event that was at Rocky Hill, and they had some of the accessible wheelchairs because veterans often have accessibility or mobility issues, and some of them are fantastic. And even with the treads on them, they can go, into areas where some of these people might not have been able to visit in a very long time. And I think that it's vital for us to deal with this issue. So thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative DiCaprio, followed by Representative Datham, followed by Representative Dillon, followed by Senator Hartley, followed by Representative Nuccia, followed by Representative Harrison.
And Representative Reyes.
Pretty good
Representative
list
Reyes.
there. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, the deep team. Some of the faces I recognize pretty well. Mr. Thibodeau, he's grown a little beard since I've seen him last. My question, I think Senator Austin already covered some of that, but my question was the position count in your emergency response programs, and particularly, I think you mentioned NCON and particularly the hazmat, the ERU and the radiation division. I just was curious what those staffing levels were now, Commissioner, and how we're doing with that. Thank you.
I'll have to follow up with exact details. I can speak to NCON. Currently, I believe there are, at all ranks of the organization, 52 active officers with an additional 7 in some phase of recruitment for a total of 59.
Okay, the other divisions are, maybe we can get that information at some point. And I thought there was 5 in the queue right now as far as hiring. So you're already secured 2, I take it.
Yes, the 7 accounts for some of the additional 5 that were added to our agency last year, as well as retirements and other refills that are needed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Representative Dakim.
Good morning. Thank you so much. Nice to see you, Commissioner. And thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to ask, I have a couple more than 2 questions, but I'm only going to limit myself to 2 right now. I might get pulled off this stage. In the budget, there is $5 million for investing in green infrastructure for stormwater management. I know in Norwalk, where I represent, there are a lot of flooding issues, and we have a lot of concerns from neighbors. And I'm hearing that a lot of it we could address with just increasing the stormwater management. Not to go on about it today, but I'm hoping you can bring to the work group some information that you have on that, how that $5 million would be invested, because I think that's on the light side. If we were to do this properly, maybe that would handle a fraction of 1 if we were to manage 1. And I know there's a lot. So if I could hear a little bit about it today, but plan on bringing more to the work group and how that's going to be allocated.
Thank you for your question, Representative. And we agree with you.
Can you please introduce yourself? Sorry.
I too am a rookie. My name is Graham Stevens. I'm the Bureau Chief of Water Protection and Land Reuse. And as I was saying, very good question. And you are right, that dollar amount does not tackle the need statewide, but it's one of multiple pots of funding that we are utilizing to try to address stormwater and the infrastructure associated with it, whether it be green infrastructure or gray infrastructure, more hardening, more control through pipes and pump stations and that sort of thing. We have funding under our Clean Water Fund. We have a reserve dedicated for green infrastructure, particularly targeted towards communities with combined sewer systems and systems that have overflow issues, trying to get as much of the stormwater out of that system as possible. And that is a larger pot of money. We also are looking at a new grant program coming to us just before COVID. We're working on a work plan with USCPA, the grant funder, to look at stormwater and how that relates to sewerage issues as well. We also just wrapped a grant round with municipalities to try to develop a pipeline of projects to deal with stormwater and resilience issues across the state. It was a very robust request, and we've dedicated these funds for 2 tracks. One is for planning and one is for, further conceptualization. Because if Connecticut wants to take advantage of these significant bipartisan infrastructure law dollars out there, we need to have projects that are ready. I don't want to use the shovel-ready term, that's 2009, but what we need to have is well-conceived ideas that are built upon sound science. And so the department is putting its dollars into readying municipalities to apply for those funds. We are also looking at ways that we can, leverage other state dollars to help our municipal partners to develop the projects. Because anytime you seek federal funding, they want to know who are your partners, where is the other match coming from? So that's something we're looking at as well. I think the mantra that you've heard here in Connecticut is let's get as much of this federal money into Connecticut as possible. It's a generational opportunity. So we look forward to hearing further from you, other members of the committee, as we try to assemble multiple pots of money for this.
I'll just add to what Graham was saying, the Connecticut Resilience Grant Program that he mentioned that we put out for proposals last fall is supported with bond funding that was authorized with an expanded authorization of the microgrids and resilience grant program and the Take Back the Grid Act. And we had a really strong response. The goal was we were seeing we weren't getting a buildup of the pipeline of the next projects at the municipal level to then be able to pursue the federal funding. We're looking to then be able to make those grant announcements soon, plus then build out the next portion of funding that would help support municipalities and add some state funding to provide that match funds that's necessary to really get our unfair share of the federal money that's out there. Bipartisan infrastructure law, as well as FEMA BRIC. There's a host of federal funding, but what we're struggling with is finding technical assistance for towns to be able to conceive of what projects make sense, and then support for things like stormwater authorities, as well as other sources of local, and then a blend of state match, which is this next portion of the effort that we have underway. So be glad to talk in the work group with you and share more detail about all these different elements of funding programs that are moving forward, and perhaps through there we can have some get some further insight about how to position this funding for the green infrastructure.
That's wonderful. We all know storms are getting worse, not less, and our municipalities are really struggling, particularly in harder to reach areas. So I'm looking forward to seeing that plan, seeing, maybe a multi-year plan, seeing how we plan to roll it out. So my second question is around, it's a little more technical question. In the PUC fund, we see fringe at about 102, 109% respectively for as a proportion of personnel services, which is significantly higher than DEEP has, which is about 70, 71% over the biennium. Why are the PUC fringe so much higher? And do we have any sort of explanations and why that works that way? Thank you. And you can bring to the work group if you don't have today. I'm not trying to have a gotcha question. Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be the best approach. So we'll take notes on that. One thing that strikes me is I'm wondering if that agency estimate includes seasonal positions, which would lower it, or not. But we'll bring that information.
That's pretty consistent. It's about 70-75% across all agencies as a proportion of their personnel services. So I was just seeing that the PUC fund was pretty out of whack for that. So we'd just love to get an understanding. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Graham, don't go anywhere. I just want to piggyback off of what Representative Datham just asked you. We need to have a meeting specifically on these issues, because in New Haven, we have an area that has been asked. It's called everybody. It's called regional water. It called everybody over in Edgewood Park. And everybody keeps pointing fingers in other directions, but the buck's got to stop here. So I want to make sure that we have that, and we need to have conclusions brought, because trying to get everybody together has been a nightmare. So that's really important. So since we know that there are other districts in the state that have it, we need to have one meeting to have answers and how we're going to address it. Okay, so that we don't have everybody else. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Happy to meet locally too with all of the partners. It's always best to have everyone in the room.
We can take you to the flooded zones that have been destroying the buildings right away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Representative Dillon, followed by Senator Hartley, followed by Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Harris, followed by Representative Reyes. I always like to give a check down so that everybody knows they're in the queue. Representative Dillon.
Thank you. Good morning. I just wanted to amplify the, I don't know how big the question is about getting people into one meeting, but it's mystifying to me that since July, there's been so much confusion and distress in the city of New Haven among advocates and different applicants about whether they're eligible, whether they're considered a distressed municipality or an EJ community. And yet I'll ask up in Hartford and people will say flatly, you are eligible. And yet somehow the door gets slammed when when something is happening. And so that most recently I heard about it affecting the utilities and solar.
Pat,
And
do
these
you have
are
a
all coming
question?
from city employees. So
Pat?
yes, Madam Chair,
Thank
thank you. I wanted to thank you very much. And while you're at it, and then this may be a separate meeting, is the stormwater management related in any way to the EJ issue?
Representative, happy to take that call. So, what I've experienced is that, many of our urban environments have the largest stormwater challenges. And many of our urban environments are also our environmental justice communities. Now, these communities in the 1800s invested in infrastructure, which at the time was some of the best infrastructure in the world. Unfortunately, we haven't seen the upkeep and maintenance in the past 100 years that you would expect with our great start. And with the increased development and the increased impervious surfaces, coupled with climate change, intensifying storms, lots of rain and shorter durations, these systems very easily become overwhelmed. And that's something that's of a grave concern to DEEP. And we are looking to try to leverage all of the pots of money we have and those that we have yet to receive to tackle this issue. In New Haven, for example, and the commissioner alluded to this, New Haven has applied for and received a FEMA BRIC grant that's building resilience in communities. And that was in the amount of $34 million. And that was to deal with stormwater infrastructure. Is one of the largest BRIC grants awarded nationally. Last year, we did very well nationally in FEMA BRIC. And at that, I believe, was due to the fact that the state has come together across agencies to help municipalities to respond to this growing need for more resilient communities. And we look
I wonder, I won't take the committee's time by listing the projects that didn't work or where people were not eligible. It really would not be fair, and people have been generous already. There's a lot to unpack here, and I look forward to everyone looking at the same set of numbers and decisions about what's happened and what's going to happen going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. And I guess I stepped out at the wrong time. $34 million?
correct, $34 million FEMA BRIC grant for a stormwater infrastructure in the Long Wharf community.
So we really need to, okay. Thank you. Do I need to call you, or do your people going to call my people or something?
We'll be glad to circle back. And I do think that this is a topic that's coming up across many communities. And so we'd love to work with you on making sure that we have the right information to share for the work group meeting. I also am thinking of North Hartford, where we've been participating in meetings recently, including with the state representatives and senators, as well as EPA and our federal delegation. Just with the acceleration of climate change compounded with the aged infrastructure, we have this is the largest portion of our capital budget has been going towards supporting addressing some of this storm sewer infrastructure. But unfortunately, the problem is already great. And with climate change and these intense rainfall, events, the need is quickly eclipsing our resources. So we're trying to be very smart in getting the dollars together.
My question would be, you need more staff. That's okay. That's all right. I'll go to the next person, Senator Hartley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioner and staff. I first of all want to recognize your leadership on the environment. It's such an important area on so many fronts for the state of Connecticut. And I also want to tip my hat to Graham Stevens, who has done yeoman's work for a long period of time on our issue of transitioning from the Transfer Act to release base. And of course, that continues. So just very briefly on that, I know that since we started this work, we've got new issues that have emerged, such as PFAS and also the removal of construction waste, which are now playing into this conversation. So maybe not today, because the time is short, but when we are in our working groups, if we can talk more specifically about that, and then also how we are shoring up with regard to what our legislative expectations were. You know, we put in place those provisions about working for feedback to the working group with, 60 days before going to notice, 30 days back from them. And I just, I'm interested to hear where we are, because I think we were talking about a 23 date, and I don't know if that is still on the table, but so the next conversation in more detail, if we might. I want to just also tip my hat to the commissioner here on the environmental justice issue, which is so very important. And I guess my comment on that would be, and I, in all honesty, haven't had a chance to read the draft bill. I do have it on my desk, and I will take some quality time with it. If we are folding in cumulative effect into that model, because truly, things are very far down the road in many communities with regard to environmental justice. And I think that cumulative effect is a basic common denominator in whatever equation we're going to go with.
Thank you for that question, Senator. And we are, I have to reflect back to you an appreciation for your advocacy and support on addressing environmental justice issues. And we are, I think the cumulative impacts analysis is really one of the most exciting parts of the legislative proposal. It's, of course, the devil is in the details about how what kinds of impacts we assess, how do we consider public health considerations, as well as adjacent facilities, how do you build the baseline of information? Because, of course, we want to be able to ensure that this transition to being able to take a more comprehensive look at impacts from permitting and environmental justice in overburdened communities is something that can be done in a predictable and efficient manner. So the staff, we've been caucusing with other states that have been updating their approaches. We have been working with UConn and others to build more of a database and information and screening tools. EPA obviously has been also providing a lot of leadership in this regard. And so we're trying to leverage a lot of those different best practices. But the passage of the legislation in order to enable us to implement it effectively will require some staffing resources to be able to develop that new framework. And so that's really what we're proud to support in the governor's budget here.
And so, Commissioner, yeah, I see we've got two new positions on this. Now, there was, if I'm recalling correctly, one person who was dealing with this in the department. So will that be a total of 3 positions? And I'm interested in what the, what kind of positions we're talking about here.
I'd like to introduce Annie Decker, who's here with us, is our Chief of Legal Planning and Regulatory Affairs, and the Environmental Justice Office is managed under her portfolio. So she's been leading the work on the environmental justice legislation as well.
Okay, thank you so much. So again, Annie Decker, Chief of Legal Planning and Regulatory Affairs. And yes, we're happy that the proposed bill would, it tackles cumulative impact directly. That's a core part of the bill. And then in terms of staffing, we have 2 staff currently in the EJ office, but nobody has been full-time on looking at these issues of cumulative impact. The current staff, myself, program staff, we've all been working collectively on figuring out what the best approach would be for incorporating cumulative impact into state permitting. But that's one of the reasons why this additional staff and potentially future staff, if the bill is adopted, will be necessary.
Yep.
Sure. So as mentioned, there are 2 environmental justice positions in the budget. We have an EA2 position that's been posted. That position would primarily be working, as the commissioner mentioned, on the EJ mapping tool effort that's underway in collaboration with UConn. We've been collecting in collaboration with program staff, as much of the data as possible that already exists at the state level and local level, and trying to, again, in collaboration with Circa at UConn, develop a usable tool for an array of efforts. It can be for grant applications, it can be for evaluating cumulative impact, it can be just for more community knowledge about environmental and health stressors at various levels, so census tract, town level, and then looking regionally across the state. We're still in discussions about whether this tool will be sort of directly transferable over into the EJ permitting expansion approach. We might need additional data for purposes of the legislation and need to adapt this tool or create a complement to it. But this certainly it provides a foundation for the cumulative impact analysis that we would be doing if the bill is adopted.
So we'll.
And then the final recruitment is the office director. So we've completed interviews for the environmental justice and equity office director. So that staff will be coming on. And then, as Senator Austin mentioned, just in terms of the office recruitments, we have 2 Indian Affairs staff coming on, and so it will be a much more robust office moving forward.
And do you anticipate, okay, we're going to do mapping, we're going to do a lot of data
Mhm.
analysis and so forth. Do you anticipate having done the mapping and identified those EJ communities, going in there to do, preemptive kinds of activities?
Can you say a little bit more about that?
Well, I once we've got it all mapped out, and
Yeah.
you see your hotspots, what are you
Yeah.
going to do?
I mean, that's a great question. So I think you're right. Data can lead to action. Without data, it's, action is more guesswork. So, I mean, in terms of the bill, the permitting bill, the data would be supporting, and depending on what version of the bill is adopted, supporting additional conditions on certain permits. And, but I assume that all of our program areas will be able to take this data into account in, a range of other initiatives. So it can inform our grant making, it can inform the kinds of, funding that we're seeking. We have already great sort of outreach tools to environmental justice communities, and I assume that those will be increasing. It will inform the work of CJAC, which, got underway last year and is having subcommittee and quarterly meetings of the full CJAC. So I see a range of applications for the data.
Okay.
Mhm.
And I understand, we'll ride the bicycle while we build it here, but and data is wonderful, and because it gives us informed decision making and so forth. So on the permitting side, very important.
Mhm.
But the whole other part of this is because there, as I said, we're so far down the road on this in some communities. I would like to see the boots on the ground kind of efforts on that end. We know where the asthma, spikes are. We know how it translates into, early childhood and children, absenteeism and the like in schools and so forth. So I'm interested, to see a 360 approach.
Mhm.
I think there's a really interesting opportunity there, Senator. As we develop this data, and happy to work with you and the committee on this, is thinking about other types of state programs that this data could inform, particularly if we're thinking about funding that we're allocating for purchases of electric vehicles or deployment of transit development dollars, or things that could reduce air emissions, for example, or brownfields dollars, or other types of funding interventions. Having this map or better quality data around cumulative impacts could help us inform perhaps some directives around certain percentages of funding or
Commissioner, I'm
tracking of funding
Commissioner,
allocation.
I'm gonna jump in. We're gonna have to have a little bit more brevity in the answers, because we've got 5 more people that still, and it's 10:00. So, okay. Senator.
Yes, and thank you for your indulgence, Madam Chair. So when we get into our next meeting, if you could get me an org chart for Office of Consumer Counsel. And then also if we can talk also at that section about the fact we've got 9 new positions here on the energy and technology area. And I guess I'm interested, and I understand the leveraging of federal grants. I'm interested in what happens to those positions after we've run the gamut in terms of optimizing every opportunity to bring in more federal money. I get that, but what happens and what's the time frame? You don't have to answer me now, so we can move on. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Consumer Counsel is right after them, so you can ask. Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Harrison, followed by Representative Reyes, followed by Representative Porter.
Good morning, Commissioner, and good morning to your team. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me some time to ask a couple of questions here. And I know we're trying to be brief here. My subject is unfortunately something that I don't think we can really be brief on. So I'm going to high level it and then say that I definitely want to understand what my questions better in the subcommittee meeting. There are several line items in here for the stormwater, for social justice, environmental justice stuff. Looking at the environmental quality, the environmental conservation lines that you have, Interstate Environmental Commission, New England Interstate and Water Pollution Commission. And I want to understand what DEEP is going to do about the emerging contaminant that is wreaking havoc in my district and in other small towns in the state, which is the contamination of road salt and sodium chloride. I don't see anything specifically in here around that. And as an emergent contaminant, I do not see what I would like to see as any kind of real focus on what we're doing with this. Specifically regarding the 2007 report that the state of Connecticut used to encourage and slightly demand that all of the towns use sodium chloride. For those towns that are small towns like mine that rely on wells, that do not have infrastructure for water, who are never going to place high on a social value index. We are seeing massive amount of wells that do not have potable water. And your organization has done some reviews in my area that say that I'm not going to have potable water in these areas for 100 years, like they're so contaminated. All of this gets back to that 2007 report and the state pushing using sodium chloride. Towns that have done the Green Snow program, etc. My town was one of the first towns to do the Green Snow program, and I'm still seeing massive contamination of wells. So I really want to understand, what do we need to do in this state to do an environmental study that will stop putting this poison on the roads? When are we going to have something for our roads that is not contaminating drinking water for people? I want to know how much money it's going to cost for us to do that survey, to understand what we can be doing on our roads that is not killing the water, the ground plants, the fish in the lakes. And I would like to also understand in here, where is there money for starting to test those streams and tributaries that are showing massive contamination and dying off of foliage and small animals? There's no testing that is happening that I'm aware of. And you guys are our stop on this. You are the Department of Environmental Protection. I'm sitting here struggling, saying I've got entire towns of people who are not being represented, who are not, like, there's nothing that I can find in this budget here. And I'm literally looking through every line that you have that's going to start to take this seriously and try to find an alternative. So did I miss something? Is there something in here that I don't see that is going to start to tackle this issue?
Representative Graham Stevens again, I'm happy to field your question. And first off, there's nothing that's more important than people's drinking water, right? This is something that is necessary to sustain life. And it is something that we work tirelessly to address. And yes, salt has become a bigger problem within Connecticut. And that is something that we are working on with our partners across the state, including DOT, that deals with the traffic safety issues. And I will say that, more to come on what we're doing specifically about salt. as a state, but I will also say that Connecticut has a very robust program to sample our water courses and water bodies. And I'd be more than happy to share some more information with you targeted specifically to your district or statewide. And more than happy as well to touch base with you on the SALT project in Tolland. We do have some updates that we can provide you in the working group meeting.
I would appreciate that. And it is not just about my district, right? Yes, my district is unfortunately one of the leading districts with this kind of contamination. But this is something that is going to be, if not already is, the next crumbling foundation issue that we have. And unfortunately, the state is driving it. The 2007 report has been shown to be wrong. You cannot make assumptions that were made on that for people who have city water and people who have wells, and you're not taking geological information into consideration. It was a faulty report that is now causing the contamination of people's water, and there's no relief, right? There's no relief. The way that the revolving state fund right now for water is, just in one of my communities, it's $18 to $24 million to bring water, to bring city water to them. $18 to $24 million. The towns can't afford this. And as grateful as I am that this project is out there, the amount of loan forgiveness on that isn't going to touch it. And people can't afford to assume that kind of debt because of the stuff the state of Connecticut said was safe. Said it was safe to put on the roads. It is clearly not safe. So I want to understand before this budget is done, how much money I have to sit down with Tony and Kathy to say, I need X amount of money in there to start taking this situation seriously and stop putting this on our roads. So that's the number that I want before we get into these work sessions. I want to know how much it's going to cost for the state to stop poisoning people's wells.
And we will work on getting those numbers with our partners at DOT who handle the road safety issues, and with our partners at DPH who administer the drinking water state revolving fund.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Harrison, followed by Representative Reyes, followed by Representative Porter.
So I'm going to ask you about black bears. In the area that I live, they are a problem. They are a nuisance. And I see that you've put a position in here. I attended a forum where there was a wildlife biologist from DEEP who said since 2005 has been the primary biologist studying black bears. So we already, in my mind, have somebody there. So I'd like to know what we're doing here. And in addition, what we're doing about black bears. We're at a point where a 10-year-old boy was attacked. I've spoken to his mother. I don't want to be the mother that has to take care of what the trauma to raise a 10-year-old boy out of that. And because we're not doing anything to address it. They've come in from Massachusetts. They're looking for habitat. I appreciate that, but they're not going to stay in the northwest corner. They are going to continue to infiltrate south and into the other districts of the state of Connecticut. We need to keep a healthy population and we need to do something. So I understand that there's one biologist here, but I already know that there's been somebody working on this since 2005. So what are we doing in addition? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Representative. I agree with so many of the points that you've made. We have truly an escalating challenge with managing the expanding black bear population in a way that can keep our residents and our kids especially safe. And I supported legislation in 2019 that it would have introduced a bear hunt limited to Litchfield County. And I hope that we'll have the opportunity to support broader legislation in the Environment Committee this year that hopefully will provide us with more tools to be able to manage our expanding bear population. We have of course, as we have worked on legislation over the last couple of years, of course, the bear population and these conflicts are increasing. It's not just actually in the northwest corner, but we have bears in every part of the state. We've seen a very alarming increase in the number of bears coming into homes, nearly 70 of those incidents last year alone, in addition to the truly tragic incident in Morris with the child that was attacked by the bear. So, we're very concerned about where this is headed. We have great, we're blessed with very wonderful habitat for bears. And that's the reason that our bear population is expanding the way it is, but we are also a very dense state. And these bears are coming into conflict with more and more people. DEEP's ENCON officers and our wildlife division provide for response in many ways, coordinating and supplementing with local emergency response personnel to try to respond to these escalating incidents. And so I'm proud that the governor's budget includes an addition of this staff person in the wildlife division. I know we're very brief on time, but maybe Mason, you can add a few sentences just on what our wildlife biologists do to your question, Representative.
Sure. Thank you, Commissioner. Very briefly, our ENCON officers are, first responders. So they respond in those more drastic emergencies, similar to the tragic incident that you mentioned, Representative. And then our wildlife biologists take a more proactive approach, setting traps for nuisance bears, working with the public on education and outreach. So really important for us to have both ENCON and our wildlife biologist teams working together on this very important issue.
So thank you for that. Thank you for educating perhaps the rest of the committee. I'm well aware of what they do. And even though I don't necessarily represent Litchfield County and I'm right on the cusp there of, I happen to be lucky, I guess, I'm in a corner that really is New Haven, Fairfield, and Litchfield. They are well into our communities. They've been in our homes. And it's time that we take a very proactive stance. And I applaud that we're hiring a person, but hiring a person to, look at it and study it is not somebody who's out there doing something about it.
Yes, thank you. We have, as the commissioner mentioned, proposed legislation that would ban the feeding of wildlife, that would include a self-defense provision, and also would help agricultural depredation. In addition to that, we've responded to over 100 news stories this year to try to get our message out to the public on making sure that people know how to live with bears. That's a big issue. And we're working even more in the upcoming year to work with the marketing agencies to help spread that message even further.
I'd just say that these are not academic or sort of research positions. These are very much positions that are helping to work on responding to incidents, helping to promote more information out to the public, to educate people on the importance of securing your garbage, how to live safely with bears. We have a lot of education on the human side to address, as well as helping to support, to date where we haven't had legislation to prevent the intentional feeding of bears. Our wildlife division staff, for example, this position would be joining, have been working a lot with municipalities who've been helping them develop these and pass these provisions by ordinance. There's a whole host of active management efforts that these staff perform, and we'd be glad to follow up to share a little bit more about those activities.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Reyes, followed by Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioner and team. Thank you for being here this morning. Some of the materials that I wanted to cover, Senator Hartley talked about EJ. You and I have had, with your team, have many different ongoing conversations. I think it's very critical and important to continue to make the state of Connecticut the standard for environmental justice for all states. But I applaud the effort and the work that's going into that. I wanted to drill down a little bit more on the where are we with the air quality study in the entire state of Connecticut? And if you don't have the answer here, that's fine too. I'm trying to understand it, if I could, by county, and as much information as you folks can provide on where we are with the air quality study today in the state of Connecticut.
We can get that in the committee.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, so we can get it. We'd like it broken down by County.
By
Okay.
count, that's fine.
Happy to provide that. And I know we've been working with Department of Public Health as well on getting federal funding to support more monitoring, air quality monitoring at the community level. We'll bring that information back.
Thank you, Commissioner. And then my second question is, with the work that you're doing with dam maintenance in the state of Connecticut, with the recent development of the Kennebunk Dam eventually, hopefully coming down sooner rather than later, what plans you have for the rest of the dams in the state of Connecticut, and in particular Kennebunk, and that you can also bring that to the breakdown sessions.
Terrific. Yes, we've had amazing coordination. I'm really proud about the work we've been able to do in partnership with NVCOG. Mayor O'Leary has been a great leader on this around first making sure that we could work in a partnership to urge FERC to take action with respect to the owners of Kinneytown. And we're glad to see some progress moving forward. We'd be happy to bring back more information to put that in context to other dam safety and fish passage efforts that we have underway. We know there's also interest in the Energy and Technology Committee around investments to support electric generation at small hydro facilities. So it touches on all of our parts of BEEP, and we're happy to circle back.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. And just to let you know, he also said that Edgewood Park, he's hearing about it in Waterbury.
yeah.
So we need to have a melding of the mind. Representative Porter's.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Dykes and team for being here this morning. Really quick, I wanted to go back to what Senator Hartley had talked about with EJ. And not really a question, but just something for thought. Listening, and you referred to funding interventions and how I'm believing they should be informed by the people that are directly impacted. With these two positions, I don't know who you'll end up hiring, but my concern is whoever they are, if they're not, someone from a district that is directly impacted, that they absolutely have access to those folks and that those folks are at the table, because the people closest to the problems are closest to solutions. We think we may know what they need, but I have folks right down the street from me that are suffering with flood and all kind of things going on. And they're bringing up things that I wouldn't think of, and I live in the neighborhood. I'm not being impacted the same way they are, so I'm not thinking like they are. So I just want to put that out there to you all to please make sure that you are talking to the people who are closest to these problems and are being directly impacted by these environmental issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Lucy, you got 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Just to bring to the committee, could you please share with the committee how you plan on supporting investments to lower energy costs for families, businesses, and accelerating clean energy investment through your expansion and additional staff? Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. We're going to have some very, very long meetings, I can tell.
Look forward to it. Thank you
Thank
so much
you.
for the time.
Thank you. Thank you. And thank you to your team. Next, we have the Office of Consumer Counsel. Good morning. Yeah, is it my, yep, turn your, nope. There you go.
There it is.
Thank you. Go right ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, and thanks to all of the committee members for your attention today. My name is Claire Coleman. I am the Consumer Counsel for the state. I joined the Office of Consumer Counsel as agency head last December, and I'll tell you, it has been a challenging and very rewarding time to be the head of the Office of Consumer Counsel. Obviously, we are in the midst of a global energy crisis. We are in the process of modernizing our grid, obtaining more affordable energy rates, increasing equity in our energy regulatory sphere. So we have been very busy. And I'm happy to answer the committee's questions with respect to our budget.
First, thank you for being here, and I'd like to ask on your staffing. Could you tell us where you are with your staffing? And in the budget sheets, it says you have 20 or 19 positions. How many have you filled and how many are you looking to fill?
Sure, thanks for the opportunity to clarify. Currently, we have 19 funded positions, 16 are staffed. 2 are vacant as a result of recent turnover in the office on our technical analysis side. So we actually have an offer out for an economist position and are in the process of refilling a utility examiner position. And we have 1 remaining position that was part of the budget last year under our media and communications. So I was very pleased to be, thanks to your support, to be able to hire a communications and legislative director who came on board in November. And then we will have some supportive media and consumer outreach within that department, but wanted to get the director manager hired first.
So you're down 1, but you're expecting to fill it. That's 1.
Correct, yes.
All right. Are there any questions from any of the members? Representative Dathan? Representative Chia?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony. In the write-ups, there was funding of about $220,000 for a Director of Utility Oversight and Regulatory Reform. Has the agency kind of highlighted how we are able to improve consumer advocacy? I mean, I hear from all of my constituents daily, like all of us, about rising prices, and we want to make sure that we're doing that. And I'm also concerned, I know it's not handled by your agency, but Operation Fuel, we're having a huge reduction in ability for folks to be able to get that funding. And I want to know, how are these positions going to facilitate that for our state? Thank you very much.
Thanks for the question. So yeah, we did request 1 additional position in the budget, which is the director position that you've identified. And what I've tried to do since joining the Office of Consumer Counsel is create sort of a more strategic leadership structure. And I know Senator Hartley asked for a org chart, and I'm happy to provide that. But when I came in, it's basically, I was directly supervising almost my entire staff for my first 9 months, in part because the director of our supervisor of technical analysis was out for a bit, but we also did not have sort of leadership levels within our legal team. So I've been trying to create that to have more strategic, proactive, and coordinated litigation strategy throughout all of the different aspects of our work, the rate case work we do, the work we're doing on the performance-based regulatory evaluation, the PBR docket that came out of the Take Back the Grid Act. We do work on water, natural gas. Then we also have an important role at the regional level at the New England Power Pool. We're the Connecticut voice for consumers at that regional body where a lot of important decisions that impact ratepayers are made. This director position will provide a little bit of focus working with the technical staff and the legal staff to ensure that we're able to plan in advance, look strategically across the nation at opportunities for both, legal and financial reform to really try to ensure that we're taking advantage of all opportunities to reduce rates.
And that's important. I mean, I have a number of constituents, at least a dozen, who've tried to move electric suppliers. Not delivery, obviously can't do that, but with suppliers, and they've encountered blocks. Yes. And it's been a big issue. And I know there are a number of people looking at this, but when we are getting such large rate increases, this is really concerning for folks. So I'm glad to see that you're doing this, and really would like to understand the full sort of plan for how we are helping consumers in that. It sounds like you're thinking about that. Yeah. My second question, and I'll be quick, is same question I asked in the last session. with Puck in terms of fringe being well over 100% of personal services compared to other agencies. I know this isn't a question for you and you can go figure it out and maybe talk to them as well and we can get an answer, but just trying to get an understanding why it's so out of whack compared to our sort of general fund. So thank
Happy to
you so
bring that
much.
back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Nuccio, followed by Senator Hartley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. How are you?
Great, thank you.
Good. I just kind of want to follow up, but Lucy kind of took my question there. I would like to really understand the benefit of adding a $220,000 position and how that's going to help us with the Pura review. As Representative Dayton said, that's probably one of the top emails that I get all the time is the affordability of electricity in this state. So I know there's a lot of administration around Pura and how all of this is working in that, but I can never seem to find the answer to how the heck do we make a difference and who do we have to get at the table? So if you could just kind of provide what your role is in all of this and why we need this extra position and how that's going to help us bring down the cost of electricity, I would greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely, and thank you for the questions. And we are also in the process of responding to your written requests for questions, and they were very helpful for preparation today, so thank you. And I'm happy to have the opportunity to talk a little bit more about the important work we do, as well as the added value of this new office director position. I mean, I will start by saying we are an incredibly lean staff. I have, attorneys and technical staff, which consists of financial analysts, accountants, economists, who are, we scramble on a daily basis. We work really hard to try to keep up with the incredible and, very valuable work that is done at Pura, particularly under the leadership of Chair Gillette. She has kept us very busy in a good way on, from across the board, from the distribution side of the bill, which is where we take the opportunity to evaluate the rate increases applications and of course do everything we can to reduce and minimize those. We look at the grid modernization proposals and evaluate sort of, what is in ratepayers' best interest. Yes, there are certain investments that need to be made, but we need to ensure they're at least costs and that we're looking at all other funding opportunities before we're putting more strain on the electric bill. And then there's the challenge with the supply crisis that we've all been experiencing. A lot of work we do there is at the regional level, as I mentioned, with ISO New England and the regional market structure, and ensuring that we have a favorable market conditions as we're transitioning to cleaner energy sources, to ensure that consumers aren't paying more than they absolutely need to work to ensure that we have reliable and safe energy. So while we have a lot of work, and we our office joke is we play whack-a-mole, we get done with one case, we move to the next. I'm trying to move us to more proactive space where we can sit down strategically and say, before we even get this rate application, what is it we can be doing to position ourselves? What compliance filings, what data requests do we need to be asking of the utilities to ensure that we're ready to scrutinize every single line item and every single cost. So this position is really going to be focused on ensuring that we're proactive in rate cases, but also ensuring that we're able to move in this transition from cost of service regulation to performance-based regulation, which is something this legislature adopted on a bipartisan basis in 2020. And we've been working with Pura and other agency partners to create a new structure. But this is really going to be transformative and something that I really want the focus of a senior attorney with rate making experience to be helping ensure that this transition benefits consumers
in the best way, because there's a lot of different flavors of performance-based regulation, and we want to make sure we're creating and adopting and implementing the structure that most benefits consumers.
So then my last question would be, is there going to be any part with this role here that is going to look at these rate increases and the affordability of people to pay them? Or in better terms, are we doing it wrong? Right? Do we have like basically an overview of how electricity is provided in this state? We've got one provider. And is there anything that we can be doing to kind of make this a more competitive market or a more affordable market for our residents? Is that something that will technically fall under your area? You know, you're talking a lot about the consumer aspect of it and looking at the whole process and that. So are you the people that I get to come to and say, how do we fix this mess?
Well, absolutely. We are always here to talk about the challenges from a consumer perspective. We are the advocate before PURA and other agencies that represents what we believe is in the best interest of ratepayers, and that gets balanced against the positions that the utilities or the suppliers bring. For example, we do have a team member focused on the third-party supplier market. I think we've done a really good job in the state of creating a tightly regulated third-party supplier market, but one that still provides opportunities for lower cost energy in times like this, where our standard service procurements were timed with the price spikes that we were seeing globally due to the Russian invasion in Ukraine. So having both of these options has benefited consumers, and our role is to really make sure that we get consumers access to the lowest cost, and we also maintain a lot of the critical protections that have been put in place by the state and that are actually replicated in other states based on our good performance.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, Senator Hartley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and welcome, Commissioner. Thanks for being with us today and for your leadership. And you're in the hot seat, candor. I don't want to pile on, but what my colleagues have said before me, it's ditto. Yes, if you can bring the org chart, we need to really understand what we're doing, what our capacity is, because in all honesty, we're way behind. We're dealing with global situations which have piled on to a model that was already exceedingly high with regard to energy rates. And we're seeing it on residential level, we're seeing it on commercial and industrial level, and we're losing in every one of those areas. My constituents, they're fatigued, and we're talking about, relief here and relief there. There isn't enough relief that we can provide, and it continues to escalate, and it's just climbing the chain. So you're talking about this outreach person, all this is good, but until we actually can reach into the communities and make a difference. Look, I know we've got all these other things that happened, and it's this, perfect storm, but we are drowning. And so I guess I really want to know in real time how we're going to make a difference for those users on those levels, families, homes, businesses, and also, we exponentially lose out in the game with regard to attracting business in here, because they look at us and they say, okay, whoop, highest energy costs in the nation. Nope, we're not going there. They walk away. That's jobs. That's the whole cycle that, continues to downward spiral. So I won't go on, but I really need to see definitive effects of what we're doing and what we're investing in. And yeah, that org chart will be helpful too. Thank you.
Absolutely. And just to respond to your comments briefly, we have worked very hard to develop a low income discount rate, which the utilities are in the process of implementing. And because of the delays in changes to billing systems that were faced with in getting that implemented. When the supply rates increased, one of the first things that, my team did was work with PURA and DEEP and the governor's office and the utilities to say, what is a package of relief we can provide to try to, bring down some of these higher costs. Obviously, it's not complete mitigation, but we did put in place a short-term low-income credit for customers, which is in addition to support that you can receive through a federal LIHEAP or through Operation Fuel. We worked on accelerating some of the benefits that we've seen from the Millstone nuclear contract because of the higher costs of natural gas. We saw benefits in the state locking in energy through the Millstone contract. That is now accelerated on the bill. And, these are short-term relief efforts. Obviously, we have a long-term problem, right? And it's both, it's the most challenging part of my job is there's not one magical solution that's going to fix all this. We have a supply system that is challenged because we are overly reliant on foreign fossil fuels, and our regional grid is constrained to bring the small amount of natural gas and LNG that we are able to obtain. And as we transition, we have great longer term solutions for transitioning with offshore wind and bringing on more battery storage, but all of that takes time. So then the question is, what do we do between now and then? And we work at a regional level, as I said, to try to figure out what's a market structure that will be most beneficial to customers. And then, in terms of outreach and responding to consumers, we do take all of the calls and emails that we have. PURA has the official customer service representative unit right now, with 19 people, hopefully 20 soon in my office. We don't have a staff to respond to constituent calls and to do as much outreach, get out in the community as I know would be useful. And I'm happy to, talk with the committee if and work together with PURA to figure out what the right balance between our agencies is in terms of responding to those needs. But, I think that there are a lot of changes happening in different, I guess, that show up in different parts of the bill that are really important. And my hope is that eventually they'll all add up to produce more affordable rates, but it's not something that is an immediate quick fix. And I know that's frustrating to you and to your constituents. And, we feel the pain that consumers are also feeling on a daily basis and are doing everything we can to mitigate that on a short and long-term basis.
Thank you, Commissioner. I hear you. Moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I guess, I think when the 1st of January, first thing we see on the news is, electricity rates are going up 50%. That's not something that you want to start your year off with. And then yet we don't seem to have anything that's combating that. And I realized, it's like, I know you feel like David with Goliath over there. If that means that you need more staff, we need to get you more staff, because we don't want, because of your size, end up costing the state more money. So it is imperative that we know what it is that you really need in our subcommittee meeting for staffing, because that's really nice that we're looking at, helping lower income, but we have a vast number of people who are impacted by this. And when our utility rates go up this high, it gets to the point where it's hard to even justify. And not everybody else seems to be managing it. So whatever you need, we're going to do. So please tell us what you need. Okay.
I really appreciate that. And I was conservative in our requests and appreciated that the governor's proposed budget included this one position that we asked for. I felt like it was going to provide the, kind of biggest bang for our buck. And I am very careful about expanding our staff because we are, funded through the PUC fund, which is ultimately funded by ratepayers. So I only ask for what, what we feel like we really need, but obviously there is always more growth opportunity to do more in this space, and happy to continue that conversation with you.
We appreciate the fact that you're watching your budget, but we're watching everybody else's budget.
Absolutely.
And if that's the case, then we've got to figure out another way of handling it, because we cannot continually have these rate increases. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
Thank
and
you.
we
Great
look
to
forward
see you. Thank you very much.
Wait, just 1 second.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Just one more
No.
quick thing. Representative Walker just brought up a good point. I'm not even exaggerating when I say I had 4 seniors over the weekend contacting me because of frustration of not being able to get through the Access Community Action Network to get things processed, about Eversource not processing the applications for relief. And the biggest thing that I'm really getting back is, and this is not gonna, people are gonna go crazy that I'm even gonna say this, but it's not just the low income, right? We
Right.
give a lot of resources to the lower income. These are seniors on fixed income who are $100 over that limit, who
Yep.
qualify for absolutely positively nothing. And I've got senior men calling me crying because their house is cold, they don't have enough money, they can't pay their electric bill and buy their medicine. And I know that everybody seems to think that that's something that we just drag out for effect, but it's not. These are real people who are
Absolutely.
contacting me. I'm on the phone with human resources in my town on the weekend when they're not even working, saying, how can I help get these applications processed? So it's not just low income. Like,
Absolutely.
it's not that number of FPL. We've got people that are right there that are suffering worse because they're getting no assistance.
I absolutely agree with you, and thank you for calling that out, because we are very concerned about those who are on the margins and those who historically have not had any difficulty paying their electric bill but are suddenly faced with the double the cost. For that reason, we have directed funds to Operation Fuel because of the increased flexibility that they have as compared to, say, the LIHEAP program in terms of helping people in that 60 to 100% state median income range. Eversource has also committed $10 million, which we've worked with the governor's office and PURA and DEEP to ensure that a lot of that money gets to those in that 60 to 100% SMI that aren't ordinarily eligible for other DSS benefits or LIHEAP benefits, because of the recognition that this is not just a low income problem. This is a Connecticut resident problem. And then we have to ensure that those who are struggling on the margins are assisted as well.
If you have any control at all over the networks where people go to get these invoices, these requests processed, I'm getting people aren't answering phones, that people aren't processing the requests, the applications. Eversource and these community places. So this is definitely an issue.
Right. So we are, I'm a member of the Low Income Energy Assistance Advisory Board, and certainly agree that our community action agencies are strained, as is Operation Fuel we're seeing, and that, to get money to people, you need people to do that. So I certainly share your concern. And, we do what we can to support them in those efforts, and certainly happy to talk further about other suggestions you might have.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And along the lines of what Representative Nuccio was talking about, my understanding is that that we received additional federal dollars just in the last couple of weeks, $19.6 million additional dollars. So that brings us up over the $140 million that we had last year relative to all of the different funding sources. Does that help alleviate some of the problems? Although I think that Representative Nuccio's problem is an issue with the access agencies. So.
Thank you, Senator Austin. Good to see you. So the LIHEAP federal funding is administered through DSS, through the Department of Social Services. We do keep a close watch on it because we know that it's part of the energy affordability puzzle. I've directly advocated for some of that federal funds, and the more federal funds we get, the better off customers are, and the more we can provide relief on bills. I think given the challenges we're facing, we've tried to focus some short-term relief on these winter months where the rates are highest right now. It's January to the end of June, and our standard service rates will change in July, and we've targeted both short-term. I guess we've targeted all the full range of residents that we think and anticipate are seeking funds, but some of it is also, the administrative burden of getting help. And for that reason, actually, I've made a priority when I joined the Office of Consumer last year to try to bring back discussions between the Department of Social Services and the utilities on how we can do better data sharing. And we helped draft a data sharing agreement, which is now allowing DSS and the utilities to share with protections and ensure that under certain circumstances, those verified customers that are hardship designated are receiving benefits, both receiving DSS benefits and receiving utility benefits, and that customers don't have to go through yet another application process, because we know that that is sometimes just as challenging for a consumer or resident to have to apply for multiple different sources of funds. So that's just one more angle that we're trying to help address the energy burden.
And is there any thought process to figure out why, when we're seeing a decrease in the per whatever cost at the national level, that we're not seeing that roll into Connecticut, which uses fuel oil more than any other state in the nation to heat its homes? Is there any thought process there to address that issue? Because it really has not, I track every month what I'm paying for fuel oil. I have a very old house that has decided to take a lot of money to heat. And I keep my heat like Tammy does at a very low 60s. We're in the 60s. I'm at 61.
We wear hats and gloves.
Yes, exactly. But quite frankly, and I've tracked it ever since I moved into the house, and I'm paying more now than I have at any other time in the last 15 years on a per gallon basis. And the prices are not that, don't equate to what is on the market. So it doesn't make any sense to me why we're not seeing a decrease in the cost of fuel oil.
So with deliverable fuels are not regulated by PURA, and therefore my office has less of a direct role. Again, it's all part of the energy burden. So we do follow the issues closely to try to support customers. Between DEEP and DSS, they are the entities that work with our delivered fuel companies, and DSS ensures that those customers who work with LIHEAP on the energy supply. To the extent we're talking about electricity, the difference between our area, the Northeast, we're part of a regional grid that ISO New England oversees. And so a lot of the constraints we see are locational, and the fact that we're, because we're basically a natural gas predominantly natural gas-based market. So our prices reflect the prices of the global natural gas market at this point. So
not even talking that, I'm talking strictly heating oil,
right.
not even talking ISO, not talking any of that, just talking heating oil. And the heating oil prices at the market are significantly lower. Yet we're not seeing that translate into significantly lower prices on a per gallon basis for heating oil. And I'm not saying that it's the local oil deliverer. I'm not saying that. I think it's at that middleman in between what the market rate is and what they're selling at it to the local dealers. And I just think that that's something that we should look at if we can. That's what it is. Not talking ISO, not talking electricity, not talking any of that. Are there any other questions? Seeing none. I see none online. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Claire. Appreciate it.
Great to see you. Thanks.
Up next is Department of Agriculture. Oh, hey, Brian. How are you? Good. We think so.
Well, hopefully that continues for the next half hour.
Go ahead. You're all set.
No guarantee.
Exactly.
Just thank you all for the opportunity to be here, and good morning to everybody. For the record, my name is Brian Hurlbert, and I'm the Commissioner of the Connecticut Department of Agriculture. I'm here to testify and discuss Governor Lamont's FY 24-25 budget recommendations. Agriculture is a $4 billion industry in Connecticut, made up of 5,500 farms that provide jobs for 21,000 residents and cover 370,000 acres of land, including 79,000 acres of shellfish beds in Long Island Sound. It's an industry that has stood the test of time, continues to adapt to new environments, and has helped feed our residents during the COVID pandemic. Over the past 4 years, we have retooled a number of long-standing programs in efforts to better respond to the needs of the industry and provide more tailored support across the state. We've brought trainings and information sessions online to increase access and approachability. We've led the charge on animal health issues such as high-path avian influenza, ensuring clear communications in the field and having strategic plans to protect animals and industry should Connecticut be faced with an animal health outbreak. For our farm transition grants, we've created a new eligibility grant category, the New Farmer Micro Grant, which is a $5,000 grant to bolster new and beginning farmers at critical times in their businesses, often allowing them to purchase equipment or products to ensure success in future seasons. In agriculture, we tend to speak about diversity in terms of crops and production techniques. A strong agricultural industry means that we need not only have more people at the table, but also more diversity around that table. In 2021, the department launched the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Working Group and solicited volunteers to offer their experiences, knowledge, and expertise to help us at DOAG ensure that our farm community is as diverse as our state is. If we're going to focus on bringing more farmers into the industry, producing more goods, we also need to pay attention to the markets that they'll eventually sell into. That means more families need to have better access to the great products that Connecticut farmers offer. We've used state and federal funds wisely to expand access and affordability for families by increasing the value and total budgets for the Farmers Market Nutrition programs for seniors and families on WIC, partnering with End Hunger Connecticut to fund a statewide SNAP doubling program, and partnering with Food Share and 6 local food hubs to purchase Connecticut growns to distribute through food banks. These efforts invest dollars into our agricultural economy and ensure families have more access to healthy local foods. The governor's budget recommendations for fiscal year 24 and 25 will allow our agency to continue to foster a healthy economic, environmental, and social climate for agriculture in Connecticut. These recommendations will allow our staff to continue doing a terrific job with developing, promoting, and regulating agricultural businesses, protecting agricultural and aquacultural resources, enforcing laws pertaining to domestic animals, and promoting an understanding among the state citizens as to the diversity of Connecticut's agriculture, its cultural heritage, and its contributions to the state's economy. We're very satisfied to see the governor's commitment to programs which will continue to enhance and assist the agricultural, aquacultural, and animal health sectors. With these funds and our committed employees, we will do everything we can to carry out our duties as an agency. From a purely operational standpoint, we've been successful in ensuring the proper management of the department and avoid the challenges that the retirement wave could have presented. DOAG has filled or is actively pursuing positions to our statutory position cap, and over the past 4 years, we've been able to hire and refill positions in every unit of every bureau. Over half of the agency has a tenure of less than 5 years at DOAG. These individuals are essential for the department to carry out its responsibilities. That said, the department currently has 52 positions and 5 vacancies, of which 4 are currently being recruited for. With that concludes my formal remarks, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. We appreciate it. So a couple of different things. The senior food vouchers, where does most of the money come from for the senior food vouchers? Did we put in some, is there federal dollars that also augment that?
Correct, Senator. It's pretty much a 50-50 split between state and federal funds. We also, with the legislature's partnership, increased the funds available for both seniors and WIC with ARPA dollars, I believe it was last year. And in addition, we received a grant from USDA to move to electronic farmers market nutrition programs for both seniors and WIC participants. So it's a mix of, I think we have 4 different categories between state, federal, EFMNP, and ARPA dollars.
EFMP?
Farmers market nutrition program.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
I just want to make sure that I know exactly what you mean when you say an acronym, because there's so many of them when we're dealing with this. Relative to dairy farmers, how are dairy farmers doing now?
Actually, on Wednesday, we have a regional call to discuss the outlook for 2023. Last year was great prices for Connecticut's dairy farmers. But it didn't acknowledge that there were the high cost of production. So I think we're going to continue to see those challenges. Hopefully the cost of production will ease up a little bit as we kind of return to a new normal, dealing with what happened in Ukraine and the impact on the market there. But I think the prediction is, I think, $2 per hundredweight lower than what farmers had received in 2023 or 2022 rather.
And so Mashantucket had a container facility, garden, whatever. And you told me, and I met you down there, and thank you for that. My understanding is a similar one was down in Bridgeport. Do you know, they seem to me to be a way that we could deal with fresh vegetables within our schools. Can you let us know a little bit about what happened first to cost and if that's a possibility that we could look at ARPA dollars purchasing those and placing them around? How much do they cost? And what is when the one at Mashantucket held 14,000 plants in it for a very small amount of resources? So.
Right, the shipping container farms.
Yes.
Yes, there's one down in Bridgeport at Nourish. We joined the Lieutenant Governor and Representative Gresco down there a short while ago. The Mashantucket Pequots have one that they're bringing online in the near future. In fact, just last week, Representative Ackert reached out to the agency asking to see if we would join him for a visit in his district that is operating a shipping container farm. So we obviously will join him there. And in fact, I offered that, Senator Austin, if we could have you tag along as well, given your interest in this. They're about $100,000, and you know, they're very mobile. I mean, you can set them up. The one in Bridgeport is in the parking lot next to an indoor production facility. They raise leafy greens that they sell, but also distribute through their food pantry. So it's a great way to get fresh local food into the hands of people, especially through the food pantries, which don't usually have that sort of perishable food available. 5 gallons of water per week. You need an electric, plug. So, they're relatively easy to set up. Reverend Sarah down in Bridgeport has said that they're a little challenging, that they haven't worked out all the kinks, but for the most part, they do their job, and they're able to grow a lot of produce through that.
Because I'm very interested in seeing us using these shipping container gardens, whatever we're going to call them, because I think it's a great way to get fresh produce in our urban areas in particular and around our schools. So thank you for that. And now I'm turning it over to my co-chair.
Thank you, and good to see you, Brian. How you doing? So tell me what you have funding for regulation protection for adult recreational cannabis. What role do you play in this process?
I apologize, Representative, but I don't know that we have any. We don't have any responsibilities for the adult cannabis.
Oh, you don't?
No, that's all with the Department of Consumer Protection.
Huh. Okay.
No, Ag Experiment Station. I'm sorry, the Ag Experiment Station may have something for some testing.
For testing? Oh,
I believe so.
And that's it. Interesting. Okay. All right. Okay. And the senior program, the senior foods program, how would someone get a program started in their area? How do we do that?
All they have to do is ask. We distribute our program vouchers through
Mhm.
community centers.
Mhm.
So it's not like the WIC program where you've got to validate the individual through the WIC office.
Mhm.
But if you have an interested community partner that wants to do distribution, we'd be happy to work with them on setting it up and walking them through the process. Right now is a great time to do that as we prepare for the upcoming season.
It does Common Ground in New Haven do that?
I don't know that Common Ground does.
thought they
I'll double check. We do
Yeah.
have distribution networks in New Haven, though.
Okay, I'd like to know.
So
who
I think
did that.
City Seed may be.
I know City Seed, but I
Okay.
was wondering if Common Ground did, because they
Lem-
used to do it, so I'd be curious. if you can find that.
We can get
Okay.
you an answer on that.
Okay, thank you. Senator Hartley. And then after Senator Hartley, Tammy. And then Cindy? Yes. Okay, okay. And then, and Pat, I'm sorry, Pat Dillon after Tammy, and then Representative Harris and Lucy. Okay, thank you. Oh, and Representative Porter. Okay, we got everybody.
You got us all.
That's great.
Lining up.
Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Commissioner. Thanks for being with us and for your energy that you bring to this department. Agriculture is an important part of the economy, but it's also so important in terms of our quality of life. And it's no surprise that you hear us talking a lot about urban farming, which is so important these days in terms of people's ability and access. You know, I go into some of these large chain stores and the first thing you see when you walk in is the big giant display of the gummy bears. And it's like, okay, we've got to, retool here. Actually, I had one open up and after a number of exchanges, the next week I went in and there were bananas there. So it was a better introduction. But can you talk to me about urban initiatives in farming specifically to get to these underserved areas that in many instances don't have markets that are walkable distances?
Well, we've put a tremendous amount of attention on urban ag over the past 4 years with the recognition that it's a great opportunity to bring local food to communities that might have access to it. It's a great opportunity to expose families and children to the ability to grow your own food. And so partnering between, our work with Knox in Hartford and things like our Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids program, which is our farm to school program, we've been able to really blend in a mix of rural, suburban, and urban growers and projects. It's something that I think we need to continue to work on. We've created a priority area in our grants programs specifically for urban growers. That gives them a higher score when we're reviewing our applications. And a few years ago, we included in our transition grant specifically to include urban agriculture to make sure that urban agriculture was always considered as part of the agricultural community in the state. We used my discretion to highlight and prioritize urban ag, and I wanted to make sure that stayed beyond my tenure in this role. So there's, between the work that we've done with our transition grants and our viability grants and the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids, we have our Climate Smart Ag and Forestry Grant Program that we received $55 million worth of applications for $7 million worth of funding. We'll have announcements pretty soon on that, but we had a number of urban ag producers apply to do things such as tool sharing and training programs. We've also partnered with USDA to do urban ag training programs, online course. I think we had 3 different sessions for people to learn about if they wanted to start an urban farm, what they needed to do in order to pursue that. And we used urban farmers as the participants. Instead of having a state agency or a federal agency talking at people, we brought in the practitioners to go through what their experience was and what they went through in order to become an urban farmer. So a lot more to be done. done, certainly. We're going to continue to do that, but I think it's a great opportunity for the future of agriculture in our state.
Thank you. There's a lot said there. What about vertical gardens? That, we know that those are going on in some very creative ways. And when we look at, our cities, there's really not, that kind of space, but there are a lot of opportunities for vertical gardens.
Well, as we mentioned with Senator Austin's question, the visit to Nourish, they have indoor tower gardens in the warehouse space, and in the parking lot they have a shipping container farm. And so, we invested through one of our grant programs in the indoor production. In our Connecticut Growing for Connecticut Kids, we've invested in indoor production in schools. So it's a great opportunity to again, expose new people, bring in, a climate resistant type of production technique, and offer folks an opportunity to grow. So, again, more to come on that, but I think we've done some investments, and I think we'll continue to see those.
And thank you. I guess, as I hear you talk, I think that there is a direct connection between these initiatives and our brownfield programs.
Mhm.
And I don't see that really happening now. And I guess if we could talk about it more in, the working group, what, connection should we be cultivating there? And the other thing I'll leave you with is if you could tell us about our bee population when we get into the working groups.
Okay.
Thank you.
Those are great topics to talk in the working groups. Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Dillon, followed by Representative Harris, followed by Representative Dathan, followed by Representative Porter. Go.
There's a lot of us, so I'm gonna try to maybe I can just give you the questions and we can talk about it in the work group. I would like to understand the senior food voucher program. How many people do we have on that right now? If we can get that by town, so we can see how many of our residents are participating in that. What are the qualifiers to get this? And what is the amount that they're given? Very interested in looking at expanding all of these services for seniors, especially with the fixed income and the cost of everything else that's going on. If we can find a way to kind of bolster this some, so we have more availability to seniors. I'm very, very interested in understanding the numbers and seeing kind of how we can do that.
We can get that. I'll just say, Representative, we can't get it by town. We can do it by distribution point. So, because you could go to a next town over, pick up the vouchers and spend it at a different farmer's market, but we can give you those distribution points.
That would be good. Thank you. And what are we doing to kind of put it out there so people know that this is available to them? I don't know if that's going through our local human resources at the town level, or if it's something else that they need to kind of search for to find. So if you could just provide some information around that.
We have our redemption rates, I believe, for about 90% redeemed on our seniors from our market nutrition program vouchers.
I would imagine that it is. I would really imagine that it was highly redeemed, which is why, I would just like to make sure that all the seniors in my area know that it's available and it's out there, and what kind of qualifications they would have to receive it.
Sure.
The other thing that I had, I don't know, are you guys at all involved in the anaerobic digesters?
A little bit. Quite honestly, that's an energy production, so that falls more with deep. But certainly, we try to help farms navigate through the process in order to support that production. It's a alternative revenue or for the farm. It's a alternative energy production, and it manages the environmental and ecological impacts of spreading manure and the amount of nutrients that are put on the land.
Thank you. Then the next, I won't ask you any other questions on that then. The other thing that I wondered is what are we doing with DOAG to, we talked about the shipping container farms, which I think are really cool. I definitely, if I could, I would like to go to that meeting there. But what are we doing to kind of encourage more community farming where we can, whether it's community lots or town-owned land, and having more opportunities for people to have small parcels to get into farming and then expand upon that?
So there are two things. I just want to make sure I understand the question. Community gardens, which are set up, that's a program under DEEP, their OSWA program. You have to be a qualified municipality in order to do that. under, if you're going to do some community farming, which would be, production style agriculture, we can invest in those projects, and we have. And Knox in Hartford is actually Patrick Doyle, who you may be familiar with, is the executive director. They're just up the street. They do a great job. They have a training program. They have parcels available for farmers to use. They really get people set up to graduate outside of the Knox program and into a production ag career.
I'm just thinking, like, for instance, in Tallinn, there's a lot of old farmland around that could be used to kind of bring in more community farming if possible. So that's good to know. Then the last thing that I really have is I've worked with Kaylee on this, and the one thing that I think we need to try to do, and I don't know if you have the staffing for this or how it would work in your area, but I've had a lot of farmers, Wellington and the Tallinn area, that have reached out to me about grants. And in all honesty, they have said to me, I can't fill this out. A couple of them, I never even graduated high school. All right, I look at this, it's way too overwhelming. I don't understand what they want. How do I do it? And I know when I spoke to Kaylee, there are webinars and such, but even that I think is too hard for some of our farmers to be able to go through and do. So what can we do in your area to kind of assist farmers who have a need, to just have somebody sit down with them one-on-one to go over, here's the grant, here's what you would need, here's where you would go to get that kind of information, to kind of really facilitate, because we're losing opportunities. I've got a couple of farmers who could really use the fence grant, who could really use a couple of these other grants, but they are so overwhelmed with the process that they can't even take the first step.
Well, we've tried to streamline the process, and we have put it all online in a fillable form to make it easier for people to get their information on. And as you mentioned, we do webinars when we announce a grant application period. We then hold office hours and a tutorial session that's available. It's recorded and it's available. I would be reluctant to have an individual potential applicant sit down with a DOAG employee to go through their application for fear that they may think that they've got a speed pass to an award. That would be a concern that I would have, that if our employees work that closely with them, that they think they're automatically going to receive that. We could certainly do a webinar with you or facilitate a program to help people understand the process and what they need in order to be eligible or to get their applications in. I will say we've done and we just did a grant program where people questioned if we did too much outreach, given that the funds that we had available were so oversubscribed with the applications that came in, that we've had from some of our board councils and commission members. Do we need to scale this back so that people aren't overly concerned that they've put all this work in, then there's no chance of them receiving an award. We'll find the balance on that clearly over time, but I would rather have more applications coming in than fewer.
I would too, because I think if you have more, then you can come to us and say, listen, this is clearly a need. We need more money.
Yep.
So
Yep.
You're at the right table for that. Okay, those are my main issues, I think, right now. If you, the senior food voucher thing, if you can get that in.
It's 3 after 12, and we've got Representative Dillon, Representative Harris, Representative Datham, and Representative Porter. So I'm just reminding everybody that. Thank you, Representative Dillon.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioner. Thank you. I have a question for the work group, which I've asked you in the past about unpacking the trends in participation in the WIC program for food vouchers with our farmers market, and that would include any information you might have about looking at the crops that our farmers are growing, and whether or not we're continuing to think through what the demand might be in different towns. So that would be one question.
And Representative, were you asking that we respond to that at the working group? I'm sorry.
I'd say yes. I've asked you about this in past budget discussions, and I know your responsibility is not total, but certainly in terms of working with the with the growers in particular, that's always helpful. And, but the participation, I'm afraid, may have dropped a little bit more during the pandemic. And the second, which is, maybe I should know this, but I got a lot of contacts from people asking about free school lunch in the past few months when that issue was pending. And many of the people that wrote to me or contacted me urged that there be work with Connecticut growers and our schools to make sure our free lunch program encouraged Connecticut grown. Has your department engaged in any new initiatives to work with schools on Connecticut grown? And if you don't have that with you today, maybe for the work group.
Thank you, Representative. And we do have a farm to school program. And over the past 2 years, we've had the Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids program, which is an opportunity for not only schools, but also early childcare educators and other educational programs to apply for Connecticut Grown for Connecticut Kids. And just in fiscal year 23, we do have these numbers here. We had 72 applications for a request of over $1 million. And we made 32 awards for $450,000. In FY22, we had 59 applications for $960,000, and we awarded 13 programs with $225,000. So we were able to use those ARPA dollars pretty efficiently to get the dollars into those educators and into the schools. Some of that is to purchase food directly for their school meal programs. Some of that is to develop farm to school programming. Some of that is to enhance educational components, whether it be indoor growing. We did an event down at Naugatuck where the school applied for and received a grant for towers, and they were doing indoor growing, but also had a farm visit as part of the program. So those are the ways that that grant has been used over the past 2 years.
Thank you very much. And if you could provide that to the committee as well. Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Harris, followed by Representative Dathan, followed by Representative Porter and Representative Baker. Go right ahead.
So thank you, Madam Chair. 2 years ago, we discussed and promoted the fact that we put protein into the senior vouchers for the farmers market, which thank you. I applaud that. Protein for seniors is, a big concern. And I'm sure I represent the largest group of seniors in the state of Connecticut. So I think, I'm asking you to revisit that as to what we're going to do with protein. And I know you said you wanted to see how it went. And again, the confusion a little bit with the seniors. They come to the market and they're kind of, what do I do with this? And how come I can't have, the product from this particular stand? So if you could bring some of that in an effort to move this along, bring some of that information to the working group, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for coming today. It's always good to hear from you. Just following up from Representative Nuccio's question about not lapses, but unused vouchers. Can you bring to the working group some information on why those vouchers are lapsing or unused? And I know in the past we've received trends analyses for this. So if you could maybe do a few year trends to see where we are and where you envision going forward, that would be great. And you mentioned that some of these vouchers also have matching with federal funds. Can you highlight that exactly for the working group in writing? And I will yield my time for other.
Thank you.
Thank
Will
you.
do.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. I wanted to go back to the diversity, equity, inclusion work group you were talking about. And I wanted to know if you could provide to the work group, how diverse is our agricultural community? What does that look like? What have the findings been? And how are we supporting them? And then I wanted to touch back on the shipping container farms question, any in New Haven?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so you know what my second question is. How do we make that happen? And we can talk about that at the work group.
Sure.
And then I also wanted to touch on, you mentioned the NODS program in Hartford. You know, how do we institute something like that? We have community gardens, we do. But community farming is something very different, and I think would advance a community like mine in a big way, because we don't have, you know, it's a food desert. You know, our corners have liquor stores and corner stores that sell a lot of sugary drinks and things of that nature. So definitely interested in partnering around how we bring a community farming plan to New Haven and Southern Hampton.
I'm happy to talk about that. And I think we should do a visit down to City Seed together and talk to them about how they could expand and grow their programs, because they do
I
an
would
excellent
love
job.
to do that. They do. They
Yeah.
absolutely do. And I wholeheartedly support them. And I'll just say that I second the motion on Representative Dillon's request for you guys to bring more information about the farm to school program. And I would definitely like to see applications and what that looks like, the process, and how we can talk with our community about applying for that.
Great.
All right. Thank you so
Thank you.
much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming out and just sharing with us. I just wanted to just thank you for the work that your department is doing here in Bridgeport, working with our hydroponic farm and to address some of the food desert issues that we have. And I just want to just kind of circle back a little bit and talk about what Representative Porter had talked about in terms of being able to, go into look for some of the young urban individuals that were looking for farming. If we can kind of work on some of those things here in Bridgeport and also in other areas too, I think that's important because a lot of young kids that they don't feel like that they have the resources to be farmers, or they don't even have the knowledge of it. So we can somehow be able to work to be able to do that. If you can bring that information, you don't have to tell me now on what you're doing and in terms of to be able to reach out to them. Also, in regards to the senior vouchers, and if you can kind of explain a little bit about how that program is working, because I'm getting a lot of complaints from seniors in my district. They live in homes and stuff, and they don't have the access to the applications, or they're ones that are filling the applications, they're not really getting the food.
Would you like to discuss that at the working group,
Yes,
Representative?
we would. I'll answer that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Happy to.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Baker.
right, thank you.
Representative Porter, we'll ask a quick question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. I forgot to mention, because the note was on another page, you talked about the new farmer grant, and I believe you said those are in the amount of $5,000. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's something else that I would really like to expound on in the
Great.
work group.
Yeah, I call that our $1 million grant program.
Yes.
Because it's like $1 million to the recipients that they would not have, this level of funding through any other traditional source. So
I
we're happy
absolutely
about that
agree.
work.
And I want to make sure that I have some of those $1 million folks in my district.
Amen.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. So this concludes the morning session. We start again in 45 minutes, just to let everybody know. We have DECD at 1. We have Department of Labor at 1:45. We have Department of Housing at 2:30. We have Connecticut Agricultural Experimentation at 3. And then we have Office of Workforce Strategy at 3:30. Then we have a public hearing at 5. And the public hearing, we're asking as many people as possible to do it remotely because of the weather that's coming. So thank you very much and see you at 1 o'clock.
There's Kyle.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Everybody's coming back slowly. We left a little late, so I think people are still either in line downstairs or they're coming back, but I want to start so that we can make sure we get all the time that we need with you guys. So it is now 1 o'clock and we begin our afternoon portion of Conservation and Development Subcommittee. Today, this afternoon at 1 o'clock, we have Department of Economic and Community Development. At 1:45, we have Department of Labor and they are all coming in by Zoom because evidently somebody is testing positive, and we appreciate that. 2:30 Department of Housing, 3 o'clock Connecticut Agricultural Experimental Station, and at 3:30 Office of Workforce Strategy. So with that, I'm going to call up DECD. Good afternoon. When you come up, please do me a favor and give your name. Make sure, make sure that the little red light is on. And then give us your name. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Both on or just one?
One's fine, but the one probably right in front of you would be a better one. Yeah.
All righty. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Alexandra Dom. I'm the Commissioner for Economic and Community Development.
Pull the microphone a little bit closer to you. I'm just, the only reason I say is because I'll get calls from CTN.
No problem.
And
Oh, good to sort it out from the beginning. You think that's better?
Because if they can't hear you, they can't put your name underneath, and then it's my fault. So okay. Go right ahead.
Okay. You flag anytime I'm quiet, you let me know.
Okay.
Well, good afternoon, Representative Walker. My name is Alexandra Dom. I'm the Commissioner. Hope they got it right. I'm the Commissioner of Economic and Community Development. And with me this afternoon, I have both of our Deputy Commissioners, Paul Robertson and Rob Hodling, along with Kyle Abercrombie, our Director of Legislative Affairs.
Okay.
We're also joined by a number of team members on Zoom that are more subject matter experts on some of the elements in the budget, so we can call upon them if helpful to answer any of your questions.
Great, great.
So with that, I'll turn it over to questions.
Awesome. Okay. Well, first of all, welcome. This is your first budget.
Correct.
Hearing. It's really not that bad. It takes 5 minutes. Real easy.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so first off, let's start with your staffing.
Mhm.
According to the budget book that we were provided, you had 86, and you will. The governor is recommending an additional 9.3 in additional staffing. Could you tell us how many do you actually have? How many are in your budget? And how many are part-time and full-time?
So yes, 86 was our previous staffing level, and the governor's budget recommends 94 full-time positions. Of those, 64 and a half are filled, 18 are vacant, and 11 and a half are unfunded, vacant and unfunded.
64 and a half
Yes,
are paid, are full.
are filled.
Okay.
Correct.
64 and a half. Okay. Okay. And the rest are part-time?
No, they're, sorry, filled, not full.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry,
Okay.
64 and a half are filled,
Mhm.
18 are vacant,
Vacant. Okay.
and
that's-
11.5 are unfunded and unfilled.
All right. Okay. So last year, we had a lot of funding issues that were put into Department of Economic and Community Development. And I wanted to get a little history on how we are doing. First, we had 2 fundings. One was for Black Business Alliance for 442,000, and the other was for HEDCO for 442,000. Were those fundings completed or are in the process of being completed?
Just give me 1 second for my
Sure.
spreadsheet. You're not referring to ARPA funding? You're
No,
referring-
no, no.
Got
this
it.
is- this is-
Apologies.
No,
I'm
no.
looking at the
This
wrong
this was
spreadsheet.
in your regular
Yes, yes.
budget.
I can get back to you with the exact status of
Okay.
both of those, but we're in very active partnership with both of those groups,
Okay.
spending money very actively.
Okay, great. Thank you. You had a carry forward budget of 4,904,000. That went to various agencies and fundings. Have all of those dollars been dispersed?
We can provide one of the spreadsheets I was just referencing. We can provide all the detail. They're in various stages. Some are complete, some are in process. Some we have trouble reaching out to the actual awardee or so we have the full breakdown by award or by grantee, and we can get that to you.
Okay, well, then I will also say ARPA.
Yes, same, exactly, same process for tracking.
museum projects,
Yep,
and then the tourism fund.
yes. If you're talking about all fiscal 23 and a status for each of those as to how the money has been put out.
So I guess my question is, what has, because I know a lot of our members have reached out to DECD because hello, hello, whoever is not muted, please mute you. Please mute yourself, please. Thank you. But whoever is, I'm going back. Many of my colleagues reached out to us and we referred them to you, and many of them said that they could not get enough answers about where the status was. So I would like to expedite this so that we don't drag this out until June. And I'd like to, I'd like to get those things resolved as soon as possible because a lot of people had expected those funds to be distributed. And I guess I go back to, is it that there is not enough staffing for you? Is that the difficult? I know difficulty is getting the information from the programs, but a lot of the times the programs tried to and ended up calling us and saying, well, I've made several calls, but I have not gotten anybody calling me back. So how do we rectify this lack of total communication so that we don't drag this out anymore? Is there a way that you want us to do it better?
So I think the first step is to provide you with the update on each individual grantee, which
That
we
would
have.
be good.
So those on that sheet, you'll see where we are in process with whether we believe the ball is in our court, so to speak, or the ball is in the awardee's court.
Okay.
And so that will hopefully clarify the majority of situations where, maybe they don't know that they owe us something. We think that we've requested, et cetera.
Okay.
And if after that analysis or after reviewing that, there's really a systematic breakdown, I hope that's not the case. I do think we have a really dedicated staff that is certainly stretched thin, but up to the task. If after kind of referring to all the different specific grants, there's some sort of systematic issue, then we could figure out a new process for keeping legislators in the loop, for keeping the awardees in the loop.
I mean, I think some of my colleagues have said, can we set up an office here and we have DECD here and we go through each one of them because it's become that difficult for people because they made the assumption that things were going to work a little bit more smoothly. So that's why I want to make sure that we've got something that's going to resolve those problems. I know one of the things was there was a special number that had to be acquired by the agencies, and a lot of them were having difficulty getting that number, and that was a federal acquisition, correct?
Yeah, I will say that we're obviously beholden, specifically as it relates to ARPA, we're beholden to a very stringent, complicated set of procedures that are new to everyone by virtue of ARPA being new. And so I do think the learning curve there was a serious learning curve for everyone involved in how to administer these funds. I would hope that we're on the other side of that learning curve and that things will really speed up quickly. I think that the team has done an absolutely amazing job with, like I said, they're stretched thin, but doing a great job. And so I hope that learning curve, we're at the other end of that learning curve. But you're right, there are federal requirements that were just way trickier than I think anyone would have expected.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And like I said, we would be glad to assist because the people that we got the money for really need the money. And most of it was driven for economic gains that we needed in different communities. So we don't want to continually have that void. We want to figure out how to do it. And we really want to work with you. So that would be really important. Senator Hartley.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. And we got a lot of folks just coming off the lunch line, I think. So if they don't catch you today, maybe
back.
Maybe next time. Right. And so, hey, welcome to the Appropriations Committee, Madam Commissioner. This is your first time, I think.
Yes, indeed.
I'm sure you're going to say this is your favorite committee.
So
too.
excited.
You finished with that, right? So yeah, there'll be a lot to talk about. And let me just start off by saying, there's been a lot going on in DECD, and you guys have been, kind of the cog in the wheel with regard to emerging from this COVID-19, post-COVID-19 world that we're in right now. And there's lots of challenges. There were then, but it really hasn't eased up. We've got this issue in front of us with the new work world where things are hybrid now, and some are more remote, others less so. But it has cascaded through our economy but basically on every level. But I'll just mention about urban centers. So right now, and we've had this problem before because we saw this transitioning of, for example, large venues like malls and so forth that were losing anchor tenants. And we had talked about, how do we help to be the bridge? How do we facilitate? And I know we've got advanced CT and how closely they're working with you. I'm assuming very closely. But things are moving very fast, and we had this moment, and I think we talked about this maybe in exec noms. We had this moment where Connecticut was all of a sudden front and center, and there was this fresh look at us, and now things are moving on, and I don't want to lose that opportunity, and we have to leverage it. And I just feel like I don't see a definitive plan to do that. And I know it takes a lot of coordination on a lot of different levels, but what I see now is the kind of, trying to just catch up as opposed to get in front of this thing. And so I'm just looking for that initiative and quickly, quite frankly. So when we get into our work groups, I guess I want to know about Boost, the numbers on it. I'm understanding there that we've got a number of out-of-state community lenders that are part of that, as opposed to our in-state community lenders. And I guess I'm wondering how that happens. So if you could walk us through the process in terms of, does DECD match up an applicant with a particular lending institution? And if that is the case, why then are we ending up with more out-of-state lenders in this program than in-state lenders? And then I also want to talk, drill down on the women in minority businesses. So we saw this surge of entrepreneurship during the pandemic, and we need to capitalize on that. And many of them were women in minorities. So let's talk about those numbers, those projections, and how we're doing on that segment, if you could. And then lastly, you see these bills winding through the legislative process on arts, culture, and tourism. A couple of years ago, we went and we combined arts, culture, and tourism into one entity in the strategic plan and under your domain, and appropriately so. And there is this proposal out there, which is actually quite robust in terms of the dollar amounts that have been associated with. So I guess, I would like to look closely at what our breakdown has been on tourism. And then, we've got the vestiges of the earmarks, that whole cadre of earmarks, which is not being proposed to be changed. But then the last part of that is the hope for new infusion of money on a metric or accountability basis. And so I guess I would like to hear from you in terms of ideally how we see this playing out and scaling. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative DiCaprio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for coming in with your team here. You mentioned your 86 positions, 60, if I just understood that correctly, 64 filled, 11 vacant, and 11 unfunded, unfilled. Are those abolished positions?
Slight clarification, 64 filled, 18 vacant but funded, and 11 vacant and unfunded.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you for that clarification. And the other thing on your policy revisions, are you looking for additional staff for cannabis?
There are 13 positions included in the governor's proposed budget for the Social Equity Council.
Okay, and is it correct that there's 5? There's currently 5 in that hired right now, or is that right?
Give me 1 second. We'll get you that. It is an increase from the current staffing. I can tell you that, but we'll get back to you with the exact number of current staff.
Because one of the things in the work group, I think, to talk about sort of the function and what those folks will be doing,
Yeah.
Going forward. And the last question, there's let's see, funding for Capital Region Development. There's some venue funding. So are you familiar? Can you talk about that today or?
Yeah, absolutely. At a high level, I can, and we can bring back whatever detail you want. Basically, that funding, the increase over base funding is to fund operational deficits at 4 of the major venues that are it's basically revenue that they had anticipated to have revenue back to pre-COVID levels quicker than it has actually returned to pre-COVID levels. And so certain events aren't being booked that were anticipated to come back online in 2022, 2023, and just a slower ramp up in the event space, in the event industry than was anticipated.
Okay, for the work group, can we get some data where we've been and where we are and where we're going?
Yep,
That'd
absolutely.
be very helpful. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioner Dom and team. Thank you all for being here. I wanted to go back to the social equity stuff, and I wanted to talk about, I know we had about 4 million, 3.9 million for social equity. And I believe we only spent about 240,000 of that, and that the funds are being swept back into the general fund. Is that correct?
What, I'm not familiar with the particular source that you're talking about.
The Social Equity and Innovation Fund,
Okay.
right?
Yep.
That's what I'm talking about, because we have some social equity applicants and licensees that are very concerned that kind of money is being swept back into the general fund. And they're not used, I mean, the money, the purpose is for workforce development, accelerator program, technical assistance. I mean, like all the things that, these businesses fail for not having the resources and the funding for.
I'm gonna defer in a minute to Paul on the previous historic funding.
Okay.
But there's a lot of funding, copious funding in the governor's proposed budget for fiscal year 24 and 25. So the intention is to stand up a robust social equity program, including everything you just described, the accelerator, loan programs, technical assistance, including 13 full-time positions at the state to work on this. So there is no, I'm just the mechanics of what you're describing, I'm not familiar with, but 5.8 million in fiscal year 24 and 10.2 million in fiscal year 25 are proposed in the governor's budget to go only dedicated to social equity. So forward looking, there's a very robust and well-funded plan. And then Deputy Commissioner Robertson, if you want to address or.
And while he prepares to do that, I'm just gonna
Come up to the microphone, please. And give us your name,
announce yourself.
please.
Who are you?
I know, you gotta put the microphone on. Oh, it is? I can't.
I've never been said that I haven't been speaking loud enough. The general funding will be funded. It will be spent.
Right. I know it's gonna be spent. I guess what I want you guys to bring back to the work group is 239,000 out of almost 4 million was what was spent. So can you just give us a breakout of how that money was spent, how it was allocated? Because I'm really questioning why out of 4 million did we only spend?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll come back to you. These numbers aren't driving with my understanding. That's not to say that they're not correct. I think we just need to drive them and
Yes.
we'll get back to you.
Thank you so much.
problem.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair. That was easy.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll come back. I'll come back. Representative David.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and apologies if this question's already been asked to you. I was in another meeting. The line item for providing funding to Capital Region Development Authority to support future revenue shortfalls. I would love to see your crystal ball that's predicting these future revenue shortfalls. But have we came up with this number? It looks like it's a pretty exact number. And I'd like to bring to the working group a breakout by each of these areas that you highlight for the Hartford area venues. Where were we historically and where are we going forward? I just wonder, I agree that we need to make sure that these places are able to be sustainable, but I'd like to know where we are in terms of numbers pre-pandemic and maybe 22 and on, and why we're producing such large numbers. So that's for the work group.
Not a problem.
Second thing is, could you please explain the difference? And again, apologies if this has been asked already, about the Municipal Regional Development Authority account. We have 3 positions going in there, and I understand it's a quasi-agency, but how is this different than some of the work that's done by the CIF administrators, and what are we differentiating? Because my understanding, I know the CIF fund is administering funds, but it seems like there might be some overlap and some synergies between the two sort of projects to and what sort of opportunities there are, because it seems like with 6 people doing similar work, I have some concerns on. So if you could please highlight that. I don't know if you want to bring it to the working group or talk about today.
I can talk about it today. It's a pretty conceptual difference because MRDA is really nascent. It doesn't really exist right now. This funding will be the funding that kicks it off the ground. Pardon me. And it will so your question is a good one. Both of these organizations, both the CIF initiative and the MRDA initiative, will be working towards community development. So there's certainly overlap at a high level in that way. But I think the way that CIF is run is applicants are bringing projects to the state. They're applying. They're bringing. It's frequently an individual nonprofit. It's frequently any individual, any nonprofit in a eligible municipality can apply. And so I think we have encouraged folks to come together and to have a coalition that brings a joint application together, but we still end up with disparate applications, even from one municipality that haven't really coordinated with one another. That's fine. We'll keep improving that. And we'll probably keep getting sort of one-off applications. That's the way a application-based program where folks can opt in is going to continue to work. The MRDA is intended to have local leadership in various municipalities around the state where there's that strategic thinking at a level that is municipality wide or even region wide. And that's led by the folks that are going to be involved with the MRDA in that particular city or region. And so they'll be having that bigger picture, not at the state level, not based on one local organization, that middle level of strategic thinking that's either municipality wide or region wide. And they're going to be thinking of the 10-year plan for what that particular area should look like and what projects should come forward as a result of the 10-year strategic plan. So I think they're complementary. I don't think it's redundant.
So how is the MRDA, how are those different than maybe our local chamber of commerce or some of the local organizations that support the arts, like the Arts Alliance that we have in Fairfield County. How are those different? Because I feel that, deal origination that would be sending over to the CID would be initiated by those folks and really have a good understanding, and trying to get an understanding why we need state dollars for this role that might already be satisfied within our local area.
I think so again, it's very nascent. And so this is all at a really conceptual level. I suspect there would be overlap with chamber members or the members of the organizations that you're describing, and folks that sit on the supervising councils of MRDA or whatever they end up being called. So there is overlap, but I think the difference will be in terms of just that very specific real estate, physical community development focus that will come from MRDA as opposed to a chamber, which is focused certainly on the physical development of a downtown, but also has so many more things to consider, like business friendly legislation and various other elements of their mandate.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I want to go back to what Representative Porter was talking about the community investment. The Social Equity Council.
Yep.
The Social Equity Council, if I recall, was funding that was supposed to come from the sales of marijuana. And what they were doing was establishing a equity fund to go back to those communities that had been impacted the most with the illegal sale of marijuana. And so they created a committee, and they said that a portion of the funds are going to go to the fund, and then the rest is going to pay. Now, in our conversation with a couple of agencies that were doing this, the amount was about $50 million that so far they've got, because it's also the licensing and everything else and all those funds. And there was an arbitrary number of $5 million that was going to go to the Social Equity Fund. So I think what we're trying to find out is what is the money going for? And yet the other part of it I'm seeing in the budget is that we are taking marijuana, it was offline, and we're putting it online. And the problem that many of us are having with that move is the fact that this is a revenue stream, and it should not be pulling from the general fund. It should be paying for its own expenses separately from what we do in our pockets, not our pockets, in our programs. It's not supposed to go to the pockets of the general fund. It's supposed to go to the programs. So we were told when this was developed that this was going to help us create investment streams in those neighborhoods. So what we're trying to find out is who made the authorization to spend general fund money for this revenue stream, and what is the money that is already being spent, and where the $5 million that arbitrarily was said that that's how much was going to go to this fund, where is that $5 million going? So that's what she, when, and I'm sorry, Representative Porter, am I close to what you were? Okay. So we want to know where that is. I think that's going to be something that the General Assembly is going to have to make a decision on, because I go back to the fact that we said, fine, this was going to be an independent revenue stream. But that's something that we will have, but we want to know the information of who's doing what. And I see that there's 13 people in the Cannabis Social Equity and Innovation Fund. If this fund is paying for those 13 people, we want to know what are they doing? It's because theoretically that we should be the ones that are getting that information in this regard. And so in talking about that, I also wanted to know about the Community Investment Fund. The Community Investment Fund was a large sum of money that was put aside, $175 million per fiscal year to municipalities. We want to know what was that put into, because we have a lot of funds going, but we don't know where these funds are going. And yet a lot of the communities that need to have these supports are the ones that keep calling all of us up here and saying, well, we need this, we need that. And And we are doing revenue identification for them, but we're not seeing who it's going to. So it would be helpful for us to get where those funds are. Are there other funds like those two that are going into urban communities that we need to know about so that we can try and see if there's a balance going on for all of these things?
We can bring you a summary of both of the items you just described. That's very
Okay.
clear. Thank you.
What about Urban Act dollars?
I was just going to say, we also could summarize our brownfields program, which
Okay.
is a community investment program in remediation, and also a program called the Connecticut Communities Challenge Grant Program.
Yep.
Similarly, a competitive grant application program that we've done 2 rounds already, and we can show you in detail which municipalities and which types of projects those are going to. That's all
Okay.
well documented. And
Now,
we'll bring that.
in these grants, they're not multiple year grants. There's 1 year grants, right? Correct? Or are some of them multiple year grants?
So they are awarded at one time with
Mhm.
one assistance agreement, but the flow of cash could be over multiple years depending on the pace of the spend of the cash on the part of the developer or the.
So let's say I
project.
got $100, and my projects that I'm asking for is $25. I could do $100 over 4 years? Or is it just, I'm going to get so in other words, it's not, the amount of money that I'm asking for can be stretched out, but the amount cannot increase.
Correct.
Okay.
So it's a one-time, the contracting and the agreement upon the amount that's going to be given, that all happens at one fixed point in time.
Okay.
And the agreement is signed before any cash is dispersed to the recipient.
Okay.
And then the pace at which the cash is given to the recipient depends on how long the project takes. So some development projects, big ambitious downtown development projects, they could take multiple years.
Yes, we've heard.
I'm sure you're aware of that.
More than
And
that.
the money would go out as the project was being completed. We don't give them a check in the beginning and say,
Okay.
please go build this. We
Okay.
disperse it as the project is built and as we see the progress being made.
Okay, so the other thing, maybe I didn't say this, but we'd like to know how much is in the social equity fund, not the 5 million that was allocated by the governor's budget, but the total amount that was acquired because of the legalization of adult recreational cannabis. That's a mouthful, adult recreation, just the marijuana fund. Okay, are there any other questions? I think, oh yes, Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. She pretty much covered most of what I was gonna circle back on, but 2 additional things I wanted to ask, especially around the SIF. I want to know, what is the weight? And this is a clarity question. Does the community engagement and input, right, carry with the approval of those applications? Because you have several of these applications coming before you. My concern is that there are folks in the community that have no idea about these application requests. So I would like for you to state for us on the record, what is the weight? What kind of weight does it carry that the community, right, for community investment funding have play a role, have some input, some say, be allowed to express, what their visions are for that funding? Through you, Madam Chair.
Sure. So there's not a numeric scoring system for CIF applications. The DECD and our CIF administrator summarizes each application for the board, which includes a section of strengths and a section of weaknesses. So if a project did not have a robust community outreach process, that would clearly be listed in the weaknesses associated with that project. If that was apparent from the application, we would make sure to highlight that. And in the reverse, if it was clear that there had been a robust community engagement process, that would certainly be listed as a strength in the summary that we send to the applicants, to the board member, sorry.
Thank you for that response. And how are you determining whether there has been a robust engagement with the community? How are you scaling that?
It's a good question. And certainly there's room for subjectivity and it's a difficult thing to gauge. So ask there is a section in the application that specifically asks about the community engagement. And so we have to assess from the answer provided by the applicant, whether that is sort of rises to the top. And you can see if you read we got 190 some applications for this round, and you start to see patterns. So you can start to assess, if you read 190 of these, you say, okay, this one is, they sent a couple flyers. That's not too great. This one is, we've had 10 community meetings. We've got a advisory board of community members that live next to the project. So there's a wide scale. Like I said, it's not a numeric grading system. So there is room for subjectivity, but I think we do our best at assessing whether people have genuinely gone through a really robust effort and have engaged the community, or whether it's been sort of lip service. And there's also an opportunity for legislators, as you know, to support the projects. And it's notable if there is not support letters from, there's a section on the summary that says whether there's support letters from local legislators or not. And it is, it is not a great sign when there is not a ton of support from local legislators.
Yes, thank you for that. And I think because of the gap and the fact that you're leaning towards the application and those filing the applications to report whether that engagement is actually occurring, that there be some kind of system, some checks and balances that we can look at. And I would start with the local officials, right? State officials we're here. But I think it's very important that the local officials on the ground have some say and be notified and questioned around this, whether they know. And they can tell you whether their community knows. And I think we got to figure out a way to engage the community in a way that checks and balances the application as well, because that's a grave concern for me.
Understood.
Yep. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hartley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and for the second time, and just following up on some members' questions. So when we go forward and start to talk a little bit more about this Regional Development Authority, this MRDA, how about the COGS? Are they not similar to this kind? I guess, our questions are centered around, is this duplicative? I mean, it's been on the books since 19, I guess, and it hasn't been stood up. And in between, there's a lot of other initiatives going on. So are we, layering here? We want it to be, scaling into communities as opposed to into operations and administration. So that's the concern on that one. And then, Commissioner, when you're coming back to us, so you're going to give us information about Boost, all the breakdowns, CIF, and with the CIF, we'd be interested in seeing what your evaluation pro forma is. I know you do the first scrub and then you pass it on. So we'd just like to see, what that review entails. And then community challenge, you'll give us the breakdown on that. Now, what about CT Next? You're on that board, right?
As of a couple of weeks ago, yes, I am on that board. Is the direct
answer.
Are
you opting out?
No, I'm not. I just want to. I don't have a great amount of familiarity with CTX, but I'm happy to bring answers to whatever questions you have back.
Well, we want to know the history on CTX. Okay, CT Next. Excuse me. Give me the last 5 years. And we'd like to see, the dollars that have been invested, what the projects are, what the follow-on was, and where we are today in that application process. I don't know. Do you do 2 rounds on that? Typically,
I don't know the answer. We can bring you all the information on CT Next. Are you talking about Innovation Places? Are you talking about any one particular grant program that they run, or just more in general?
I'm talking about the grant programs that they run, the Innovation Places.
Innovation Places.
Yeah. Because those are all programs that filter down into the communities. And the truth is, sometimes we're doing this scattered shot. Sometimes we've got, more complete, plans, rolling them out. And we just want to know that it's not good money after bad. Because that's been around for about 5 years now, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then SBX. So there's still money there because it was evergreen. It's revolving. Like to see, the history and where we are right now. I know we're transitioning, to the Boost, but there's still money going on there. Okay, that would be very helpful. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the committee? There was one other thing that I wanted to ask. When you bring us the information on the adult cannabis use, the funding and regulations, in the fine print, and it's the fine print, it says the governor's budget moves all recommended cannabis expenditures and unapproved, blah, blah, special to the general fund, special transportation fund, and 2 newly created appropriated funds that are on budget. We'd like to know, what are those 2 newly created funds? Do you know them? No.
I do not.
Do you know them, Kyle? It's a little complicated. Do you know how many women, how many times women have to hear that? It's
Kyle's
not that
like
complicated.
That's not Kyle.
No, okay. So you'll bring that to
Yeah,
the.
we'll bring that
okay.
to him.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Right on
that's
time.
it. Thank you. Right, oh, right on. We're 5 minutes early. Yeah, we're 4 minutes early. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you.
very
Have a
much.
great day.
Thank
Thank you
you
for
all.
coming and thank you for your testimony. Okay, next. We are going to do Department of Labor, but we're going to have a screen between us so that we stay here. Yeah, in fact, okay. Thank you. Does anybody want to come up for DOL, or just we'll do everything on the Zoom? Good afternoon, Commissioner. How are you feeling?
Good afternoon. I am fine, thank you. I am just quarantining for everyone's safety.
Oh, that's good. We appreciate that. Trust us, because if it's not the snow, it's COVID, it's something happens and it sets us back a little bit more, but we appreciate that. So with that, I will ask you to go ahead and give us your words of wisdom, and then we'll get into questioning.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did submit testimony and I'll go very quickly over some of the highlights. Representative Walker, Senator Austin, Representative Nuccio, Senator Berthel, and subcommittee chairs, Senator Hartley and Representative Gibson, and members of the committee. I am here to support the governor's 24-25 budget, which prioritizes workforce development in a way that we are very pleased about. I call your attention to 3 significant components of this. First is the continued funding of the registered apprenticeship program. And registered apprenticeship goes far beyond the earn while you learn, and provides workers with fully portable, nationally recognized credentials that identify them as masters of their craft. We find this immensely valuable from our employers' feedback, and we have registered apprenticeships across 50 occupations, including high demand fields like healthcare, manufacturing, and all of the trades required to meet the federal infrastructure and housing goals. Right now, we have about 6,400 registered apprentices, and this is a rolling count with 1,700 employers. Second, the governor's budget adds an additional one-time $10 million to the annual $5 million already appropriated for the governor's youth employment programs. There's much potential for this investment, and it provides meaningful opportunities for young people to gain experience, build confidence, and strengthen their resume. And third, the governor's budget provides ongoing personnel funding for the newly established Office of the Unemployed Workers Advocate. And this unit is designed to help claimants navigate the unemployment system, overcome barriers to receiving employment benefits. So we've had over 1,000 cases since we launched last August, and we're finding it really is a vital component of our frontline customer service. So we applaud the legislature for creating this. For your reference, I also attached our agency headcounts and vacancies, and I'm joined here today with many of our subject matter experts, including Deputy Commissioners Daryl Dudinsky and Mark Plazella, our CFO, Chris Levine, HR Director Neil Griffin, Director of Research and former legislator Patrick Flaherty, and Assistant Director of our Accounts and Tax, Belinda Alita. So thank you very much, and we're here for your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you for your team being here today. So first, I'm going to ask, you have on record here, 932 staff. The governor drops you down to 241. Can you explain to me, first of all, how many employees do you have? And then why does the governor reduce you so dramatically?
Thank you. Yes. So we actually, that number was a count in time. Certainly the budgets are done in the fall. We have had a lot of attrition of our temporary staff. So we're currently at 819. And if you look at attachment 1, I've tried to lay that out for you. The governor's budget attempts to move the federal supported staff FTEs off of this budget. So that would be the dramatic reduction. And I'm happy to have my CFO chime in if you'd like anything further on that.
Yes, I'd like to know where is he moving them?
Chris Levine?
Yeah, this is Chris Levine, Department of Labor. Historically, the governor's budget, when it lists positions, does not include federally funded positions. So the federal count or the state count historically is 191, 192, and then 187 and 150, 258. So it only includes the state funded positions in the governor's budget proposal. So the federal positions are funded by the federal funds, and those positions are not reflected in the governor's proposal here.
So where could I find the amount of money that you get for the federal funds, and where would it be noted in our budget? Because it still is funding that you have available to your agency. So how do we make note for those things to be put in the budget? Where are they?
Madam Chair, if you were to look at attachment number 1, I think that could be helpful, because with that we have the number and attribute the funding sources to that. I don't think it's been the process to have all of the federal funding laid out in this budget. Chris Levine could speak to that, but I've not seen that before.
I'll jump right in. No, it wasn't before. When we noticed this last budget term, we realized that there were a lot of people that were employed at Department of Labor that we knew nothing about. So that's why we made it the adjustment in your lines, so that it reflects exactly how many people are working in Department of Labor. If you would like to put them in another location, that's fine. But it's appropriate for us to know exactly who is working at Department of Labor for the purposes of the people of the state of Connecticut. That's critical. But
Madam Chair, attachment 1 might be helpful in that regard.
I'm sorry, I don't have that attachment in front of me.
Yeah, so I can talk you through, and it was submitted, and we can certainly get you another copy of that. We have 819 staff. Right now we have 228 that are on general fund. We have 337 that are on federal funding. And then there's another one, which is Apprenticeship Connecticut Initiative, and then some other funds, SID state accounts, there's a total of 49 plus 2 vacant, and that would be things like the ARPA UI, wage and workplace, apprenticeship. Those are from fees and those things. I've listed all of that for you on the attachment. I'm sorry that it hasn't been provided to you.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask OFA if you could give us a little bit more detail on this for us, please.
So are you talking about how the federal positions are reflected? Yeah, so I think Chris Wetzel, by the way, from OFA, I think the easiest way to explain it is that the positions themselves haven't gone anywhere. There's really no change to the functions of those positions, how many are funded, how many are vacant, what they're doing. It's simply a matter of whether they're being reflected on the budget sheets, which simply reflect general fund positions. So you would see that the count does look like it goes from 932 down to 241, which you noted. Really what that is taking out the federal piece of those and just reflecting the 241
general fund positions that the governor is recommending.
So the last time we asked that those be noted in the budget, correct? Okay.
That
Do
was
we-
it. Yep, that
do
was
we
an
have the
adjustment.
same? Do we have anything like this with any other agencies in the state that you know of?
Possibly transportation, it sounds
Okay.
like.
But
Department of
I think we have those also.
And you are
outlined.
correct. Yeah, in the last budget write-up, there was, I think, 672 positions that were moved into the position count that represent federal funds.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I think it's important that oh, you got the page one. Thank you. I got a copy. I got a copy of them. So Commissioner, on your budget, I'm going to go into the budget, and I thought there were some interesting reductions that were made in your budget. One was the manufacturing pipeline initiative. That was a 1.4 million per year that was being reduced. And if I'm not mistaken, that investment has been one of the best investments we've made in Connecticut, especially for Eastern Connecticut. So I'm curious, why was that reduction made?
Yes, ma'am. And Madam Chair, we agree. We are very supportive of the manufacturing pipeline and the youth manufacturing pipeline in the East, and think that it's a valuable investment. The governor's budget does obviously support workforce development, and it's my understanding that the 1.4 was a one-time addition last fiscal year, the state fiscal year of 23, and that there has been funding provided through alternative pathways, including the Office of Workforce Strategy and Career Connect.
So you're shifting these dollars into the Office of Workforce Strategy. Is that what you're saying?
No, ma'am, I don't think that would be, I would phrase it like that. It was explained to me as it was a one-time funding agreement, and that had been implemented last year, and that there has been new funding available and substantial investment in that program in this biennium through the Career Connect, which is not at all handled through our agency, but I would direct you to the Office of Workforce Strategy for that.
Okay, we will do that this afternoon. So then you have 1, 2, 3 reductions that are right after that are all coming from the workplace in Bridgeport. So can you explain to me, number one, the youth bill program that just got started? And the reason why it just got started is because it took a long time to get the contracts done. I do know that because I stayed on top of that. And so that initiative was right around the time where we were having an issue about finding programs and training for youth. And the workplace very nicely stepped up to provide this because they had once already done it, and they had done it successfully. The next one is on Veterans Opportunity Pilot, where we had a lot of veterans who were struggling with employment, and something that workplace is known for nationally for doing it. And this Veterans Opportunity Program, I don't have the numbers, but I know that there were there were quite a few people that received that funding. And that is another problem that I have with the reduction. And then you reduce the opportunities for long-term employment. And the opportunities for long-term employment or platform to employment, you then reduce there, and that one has been extremely successful with at least 70% employment placement for the people that go into that training. And they also have a training program for people who are coming out of reentry, and you reduce their funding. And then you listed all of these dates where they had lapsed money. But if you go back to look at it, you look at the time that they started to try and get their applications, and I find that those applications were delayed for other purposes. And that's why a lot of agencies have lapses. So what Department of Labor should be encouraging and supporting agencies that are adding to the workforce, that are providing them with a consistent training and providing them with jobs in it. So can I need to understand, how did this happen?
Well, I can assure you that Department of Labor does support and advocate on behalf of these programs, in addition to many other very valuable programs. I think that the decisions have been made based on historic funding and, as we said, historic lapses. I myself have had conversations in the past when we've been in a situation where there have been lapses, and the workplace is extremely fortunate, and I know that they are very appreciative that they have multiple different funding streams. So some of these, like for instance, the veterans one, they had the regular funding stream, and they also had ARPA funding stream. I think that they would probably recognize the fact that they had a lot of funding coming in with not the ability to spend all of that during some of those time periods. I think that there's also the Veterans Opportunity Pilot is historically, we have not been able to expend that funding in that particular program. And I don't know if we're thinking of the same program, but that particular program, which started in 2015, has not been able to spend the funding. And we had 2 staffers that were dedicated to that.
I'm sorry, I didn't, which program was that was started in 2015?
The Veterans Opportunity Pilot. So I'm wondering, Representative, if you're thinking of a different veterans program. I don't know. But
I don't, I will have to go back. If that's the truth, I don't think so, but
because I can provide you, I have a summary that we have together of that particular program. The challenge for that has been that it's geared for folks going out to homeless veterans and doing the kind of outreach that we in our agency have not been typically the ones to do, possibly the housing or Veterans Affairs. So we had 2 staff that were dedicated to that. We needed to pull them into other operations. And we do provide through, I think, 13 or 15 other staff. We do provide extensive veteran services, including helping those who are homeless or in fear of housing. So we found this particular program to be duplicative to what we already have through our JVSG, which is a federal program, Jobs for Veterans program. So I am happy to provide you with a historical recap of this particular program, but there have been multiple veterans initiatives along the way. In 2017 and 18, we expended 90% of those funds, but in 2019, it was only 40, and in 2020, it was 45 before we had to stop due to the pandemic. And we don't have staff for that, and we have staff for other federal programs which are doing duplicative work.
well, I'd be glad to receive your information that you have, but I will say that the programs that you have identified, the unfortunate part is for those communities, for those areas that these programs have been working in, the community is outraged. And I think as legislators, when we find programs that are working, we don't tend to say, well, you've already had money before, so we're going to go to somebody else. This is not a branding. This is a program that works. These are programs that provide communities with the support that they need. And when we find something like that, we need to maintain the support. But we'll continue with this. I have too many people that are waiting. Senator Austin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I'm going to go back to the money that was slated for the Manufacturing Pipeline Initiative. What was your reasoning for cutting that particular program?
It's my understanding that the 1.4 million for the FY23 was a one-time allocation that had been worked out in forums that I was not part of, and that had been an addition. It is also my understanding that, the governor's budget has provided funding in other avenues, other statewide funding, and that one of which is the Career Connect program through the Office of Workforce Strategy that is providing funding to that particular program.
So I was actually in the rooms when we put that money into the budget. And it was never talked about as a one-time initiative ever. Was something that was looked on as a need, not a want, but a need. And I was in a legislative breakfast with the electric vote today. And this year alone, they need 5,700 workers. This year alone, they need that many workers. We need to have every single program that we can to make sure that we get these programs to make sure that we get workers hired for electric vote. 5,700 workers between now and the end of this calendar year. Between now and the end of this calendar year, we need 5,700 workers. So it was never, ever thought of as a one-time position, and nobody called me and asked me what would happen if we cut this. But I plan on doing whatever I can to put the money back in and to make sure that we're funding this program, not only at that level, but an additional 1.2 million, because they are working with high schools and junior high schools to get children engaged in this product. But a simple phone call, I could have answered that. Relative to, I'm sure that Representative Walker asked about your numbers, and because I know that you have a lot of federal dollars that come into DOL, so we want to make sure that we get those numbers. And you have another 5 million in for the temporary unemployment staff in ARPA. What will that be for?
Well, so, and I genuinely believe that many, if not all of you, share our desire to be able to, appropriately serve our customers and the public. And so the reason that the call center many years ago, back in 2015, 2016, had been closed was because there is not enough federal funding for us to have the call center. Based on the pandemic, we did have CRF that helped us to stand it up. We have had variety of allotments of ARPA and other carry forward that has allowed us to provide that service and to continue to do that through the end of this fiscal year. And that 5 million in ARPA is a way to provide us an opportunity to continue serving the public for our UI programs.
And do you know how many unemployed workers we have right now that are being served through the unemployment trust fund?
Unemployed workers. Oh, well, so I think I know what you're asking. Our current weekly filers count is about 25,000, if that's what you're asking.
And of those 25,000, what does that lead us to? What percentage is that?
I'm not sure how to answer that question for you. I can tell you
unemployment numbers in Connecticut.
Well, there's a lot of different formulas here. So the unemployment rate in Connecticut is 4.2%. And traditionally, anytime we're at 4%, that's considered full employment. We generally consider a kind of an average off-peak count of about 40,000 weekly filers to be pretty much the norm pre-pandemic. We're at historic lows at 25,000 weekly filers. I will say though that we just concluded what would be our normal peak period, November through December, and typically we start to see a decline, even though we're at historic numbers, and we're not seeing that same decline that we normally would. So I don't know if that helps you, but if not, if you want to rephrase the question, I'm more than happy to try again.
No, it's 4.2%. That's what you said. So you say we're at an historic decline, but if we were at normally 40,000 and we're at 25,000, is that decline? Is that not a decline already from historic projections?
So as far as weekly claims, we're at 25,000, and that really is the lowest. Gosh, I do have my research person here, but that's the lowest that we've seen since like the 1980s, I believe, maybe 90s. We are at a low for weekly filers. That's absolutely true. But we also peak up November through December, and we did peak up to around 30 plus thousand, and we're down to 25, but the percentage of the up and the down in that wave is, it's not coming down as quickly as it normally would off peak. So the overall numbers at baseline right now is much lower than it normally is and has been, but the trend is slower to come back down.
And the total dollar amount that we owe in the unemployment trust fund is what?
Right now, the loan is at $136.4 million.
And my understanding is that you'll pay a good percentage of that off in the next filing.
No, ma'am. So the way that this works is that we currently run a zero reserve, a zero balance in the fund, so that we are currently borrowing to pay weekly benefits so that we're not accruing additional interest. So we, right now, the most recent, and it was within this month, analysis that we did of the trust fund, of the loan, of the projection of how many benefits or what amount of benefits we're paying per week, brings us to estimating that we will be around May of 2024 at the point where the loan is paid off. We no longer need to borrow weekly to pay benefits, and we're able to turn that curve to start putting reserves into the fund.
Yeah, that's not what my question was. So the next time that you make a deposit onto the unemployment, into the federal government for the unemployment trust fund that we're borrowing on, what would that next time? Don't we pay 4 quarters every year?
Yep, that will be in May. So we have, we bring in somewhere close to 600 million per year in the tax revenue from employers. And we get about 50% of that annual amount for the first quarter filings. You get about 25% for the second quarter filings and about 15% for the third quarter and 10% for the fourth quarter. So the next time that we bring in when we bring in the first quarter, and by the time we're able to put a payment down, it'll be around May.
And how much would that be at that time? If we get 600 million and that's 50%, is that 300 million that we would pay down?
It'll be somewhere around 300 to 400 million. And I do, I can keep going, but I'm going to offer that Daryl Dudinsky and or Belinda Alita speak up if I get anything wrong.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to know what that is. So that's about 300 million. And then the next one would be 25%, which would be 150 million. And then about split it in half, 75 and 75 million, relatively speaking.
Somewhere thereabouts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Curry, followed by Representative Curry, Senator Kushner, then Representative Datham, and Representative Senator Hartley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Nice to see you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Just following up on the good Chairwoman's questions with regards to the Consumer Contact Center, the $5 million allocation for 24 and then the zero in 25. What was that allocation in the prior year using the federal dollars?
Representative, could you just, I'm sorry, could you ask that one last time? I am trying to find you in my, okay, there we go. I'm putting on the gallery. I am sorry, I was a little distracted. Could you repeat that one more time?
Yep. The federal allocation in fiscal year 23 for the Consumer Contact Center, what was that?
The federal allocation, we had zero. So we don't get federal funding.
Excuse, sorry about that. You used ARPA dollars to fund that center in 23. How much did you spend?
We actually, so what we had is you allowed us for carry forward of $25 million. And the majority of that is used for the continuation of the Consumer Contact Center.
Okay, and so from the carry forward of 25 to 5 proposed in 24 and 0 in 25, what is the actual cost to run the consumer contact center in the manner that it should, so that our constituents and our residents are able to speak to humans?
Yes, thank you for that. So if we were to continue operations as we have been, which I would say we have right now, about 135 or so folks, 135 to 140 dedicated to operating that. Many of them are temporary staff, and there's about 65 permanent staff. And it costs us about $17 to $20 million for the staffing and the technology. What I can tell you is that we are working very, very closely with OPM. I actually meet with them weekly, and we are monitoring the federal funding with them. The federal funding is incredibly volatile, and unfortunately, it's done in a reimbursement model. And so we let the feds know what our costs are, and then they tell us what they're going to pay back. And it's been as low, I believe, and Chris Levine can correct me, it's been as low as about 50 cents on the dollar at certain times within the last year and a half. We get some what's called base funding, and we also get above base funding, and then we have additional grants. Sometimes the base funding is actually, we had one recent situation where it was told to us in the quarter for the quarter that we would not be getting. I think we were getting 75 cents on the dollar that time around. So much of what we do is estimating, I guess is my point. And we don't know where we will be. So we are monitoring very closely with OPM. And, you know, we unfortunately, it's a little anxiety provoking at times, but I know that OPM will help us because our goal and your goal and their goal is to certainly make sure that we are serving the public. And I would add, our goal also is to make sure that we're keeping our technology up to par.
And then, so you, as the Commissioner of the Department of Labor, are you okay with $5 million and a 0 if it actually costs you 25?
I am needing to be in constant contact with OPM. And if federal funding does not support us, then, you know, I will be asking for additional assistance in one way, shape, or form.
Okay, I appreciate the responses. Obviously, if we learned anything from the pandemic, it was the necessity to have actual humans on the other end of these phones so that folks could have their concerns heard and responded to in a timely manner, as this is the time when people often find themselves in some of the darkest periods of their life. And so hopefully we can revisit this number and have additional conversations with you and the administration. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Curry, and Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Commissioner. I have a few questions related to the wage and hour inspectors. We recently received testimony around a bill that was proposed in the Labor Committee, and I'm sure you've already heard about that bill, to increase the number of wage and hour inspectors by 48. So I wondered if you could share with us today, how many wage and hour inspectors do we have? Are they paid out of the general fund, or are they paid from federal funds? What is the backlog of cases, and whether you could just generally comment on whether or not we have sufficient personnel to really enforce the laws that we have on the books here in Connecticut?
Thank you, Senator. I'm actually going to ask, while I'm starting this answer, if Chris Levine or Neil Griffin could get me the number that we currently have. We have staff that are on the general fund in Wage and Workplace Standards Division. We also have some staff that are on a civil penalties fund. So that is how we're continuing to be able to staff the unit. That's a fund that certainly the civil penalties goes up and down, and we keep very, very close contact stay on top of that. And in the past, we have worked with OPM when we've needed to move folks off of that onto other. We have a backlog right now of about 700 cases to be investigated. And we're working on those, as quickly as we can. I would say that that the amount of staffing is certainly reflective of and balances with the amount of kind of proactive versus reactive enforcement that we can do. Our folks are really make a priority any issues that are brought to our attention for investigation that we are concerned about as far as safety. So when you have issues about, unsafe working conditions, inappropriate amounts of workers, comp coverage, those kinds of things, those certainly do rise to the top. Misclassification of workers is another one that would certainly kind of rise to the top, because that often they're being misclassified in order to not have to purchase the appropriate amount of workers' compensation insurance. So my response is that we do have a backlog, and the staffing is proportionate to the amount of work that the agents are able to go out and proactively enforce. Chris Levine or Neil, do you have numbers for me? I think we have 6 civil penalties.
Yeah. This is Chris Levine. My chart I have here has 29 positions, but let me go back and we'll confirm that.
Actually, so thank you, Chris. Neil just texted me. We have 7 wage and hour agents, 17 other agents. I'm not sure which kinds those are. A field supervisor, a director, and an assistant director. Neil, can you just speak up and tell me the other 17 are what kind of agents? Do you know?
Sure. We have there's 17 wage enforcement agents. So we have 2 wage and hour investigator 1s, 5 wage and hour investigator 2s, 17 wage agents.
Okay.
One field supervisor, 3 to be filled.
Okay, sorry about that. So Senator, the first 7 I spoke about were investigators as opposed to agents.
Thank you for that. And if you would also get us that information in writing so that we can have that in our working session. And also, I think we would be interested in knowing the backlog of cases, any information you could give us about that backlog and what it would take to resolve the backlog and remain current would be very helpful.
Yes, I will certainly try to do that. I guess the challenge becomes that, until we start digging into them, it's hard to know how complex they'll be and what the issues are. But we can certainly see if there's some way that we can put together kind of an average.
That would be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Datham.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony today. And thank you, Senator Kushner, for asking one of my questions, so it allows me to ask 2 more. So my first question really is about the decrease in the funding for some of these initiative programs. I know others on the committee have expressed their concerns. I express my concern when I see that we're only putting about 1.3 million in the Office of Workforce Strategy, but yet we've cut millions out of this budget. We all know that Connecticut's workforce is aging rather than getting younger. The average age in Connecticut in the workforce is some of the highest in the country. So we are going to be experiencing a huge amount of retirements over the next year. And I have some concerns that we are not preparing for that now. I know that the good chair in education is talking about that in some of the technical school projects, but I see a huge amount of concern. Does the department do any sort of analyses, any sort of return on investments for some of these workforce or programs that we have to address unemployment in terms of any sort of ROI or anything like that? That's my first question.
If I understand you correctly, what I would say to that is that when you're looking at the state grants under the general fund for various programs, we are a pass-through, and we do establish a contract with the entity that's receiving those funds. And we do have the responsibility for programmatic and fiscal monitoring. That being said, the metrics that we receive back are based on what's contracted, but that does not mean that it's a standardized situation. We do have our WIOA programs and our Jobs First Employment Services. We have more standard reporting measures in those programs, but there is not, kind of a return on investment formula that we are using to apply to these programs. I would ask Mark Pozzella if he has anything, Deputy Commissioner, if he has anything to add to that.
No, I think you hit the nail right on the head, Commissioner. There has not really been a standardized approach to return on investment for governmental programs.
So if possible, maybe if the department could share with us the sort of metrics that they receive from the third-party providers on how they assess how they're spending the money and what they are receiving as benefit, how many people they're serving, that would be useful. For my second question, I, like the good chairwoman, had concerns about the lapsed dollars in the P2E programs. And my question is for sort of, we have 5 years of data from fiscal 18 to fiscal 22 on the lapses. I would love to know what the sort of application date for the P2E program was and how much they requested, how in the date of that request to when funds were actually dispersed to that agency, because I'm wondering if we have some timing issues for utilizing those funds if it's taking too long. And do we allow any sort of retention of funds by that agency? I mean, I have been to Platform for Employment and several times. I'm a huge supporter. They do some great work. And I just have some concerns that, we have some issues here. And I don't think the answer is reducing funding. So I'd love to get a better understanding about the disbursement application process, the time frame, and the sort of nature on what they have said. And I know they're testifying this evening, and I may ask that same question, but just kind of curious what the agency has to say about that.
So Representative, I would agree about the value of the programs. I myself, when I was in the Senate, began going to those, a variety of their kickoffs and their graduations since 2013. And I think that it's certainly a very valuable program. And I think that it's a great thing that they've expanded, the participants. And as far as the contracting, what typically happens, and I'll ask Mark to chime in if I get any of this wrong, but by the time that the budget is approved and signed off on annually, and then we have an opportunity to understand how much the compromise budget ends up being, the one which the governor signs, we do pretty much have their template ready to go. We have to have all kinds of conditions in our general conditions attached that if once we contract, if there are any kinds of holdbacks, certainly that we're not responsible for that. They do have the ability to begin their programming prior to the final sign off, as long as they understand, and this is part of the general conditions, that until it's signed by both parties, them and all of the parties in the state, that's conditional. that's regular line item. I think where things got much more delayed was when it came to the additional allocations of ARPA. Those certainly did take a very long time for everything to come together and to be able to get out the door. So I do think that there's two types of funding, and I don't think that the regular allocation took any longer than it normally does. But Mark Pizzella, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think, again, you have, you've outlined it pretty clearly in terms of what our contract process is like. Additionally, when funds do get added for different components, when there is no specific language, we also need to work with the organization to build those programs, which does take a little bit of time to determine what the services will look like and who will be served and any eligibility criteria that might be established with those as well.
Thank you. And one last thing, Rep. Dathan, I'm recalling that we also needed to have separate contracts for the regular allocations and the ARPA allocations, and that was based upon the need to do some really intensive auditing, I guess, of the ARPA for various reasons. So the ARPA definitely took longer.
Christopher Wetzel, can I ask a follow-up question from the 5 years that are in the OFA sheets? Do we have a breakout of what is ARPA in those dollars? I mean, clearly 2019 and 18 won't have those monies in them. So I'm just curious, do we have a breakout of that as part of the, can you get that for the working group?
I can answer right now if that would be helpful.
I think we're low on time.
Okay.
So just, yeah.
I would just say, so all those, none of it's ARPA, all of it's general fund dollars.
So all of this is general fund
All of
dollars.
that's general fund dollars. Yep.
Okay. So maybe if the department can just kind of provide an analysis on these sort of general fund lapses that are highlighted, and why, if they have some descriptions why there is delays, if they could share that with the committee. Thank you.
Yeah, Representative, I don't believe there were any delays beyond the typical timing for these accounts that were regular. I was just trying to state that if you're hearing from folks about delays, most likely that would have been ARPA, because they had both.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Hartley.
Yes, thank you, Madam
And then,
Chair.
Representative Nuccio.
So just briefly, because I know the hour approaches, and Commissioner, thanks for being with us. And by the way, you look pretty good for COVID.
Thank you.
So you talked about apprenticeship, that there are 50 areas, 6,400 registered, and something like 1,700 employers involved. Can you give us some breakdown of the apprenticeship program so we can see what areas we've got these apprenticeships in? And, you know, if you've got an example of the employers, that would be also instructive. And
Now, ma'am, or for the working group?
For the working group.
Okay.
Just if you put it together for everyone's edification. And so OICs, where are they in your budget, Madam Commissioner?
Where are they in the budget? They're part of the banking fund. So if you look on page B35 towards the bottom.
Okay. So if you could give me a profile of the OIC funding for like the last 5 years, and also, you know, the mission, what, you know, what is the reach in terms of, you know, community activities?
Can I give you a short blurb on the mission right now? Would that be acceptable?
Yeah, go ahead.
So right now, we've got 5 of them, Bridgeport, New Britain, New London, New Haven, and the 5th one escapes me. But this is training for populations that traditionally have a difficult time finding employment if they have significant barriers. So like domestic violence, addiction, they lack the job experience or levels of education. Each one of these OICs has kind of like a little niche. So for instance, Bridgeport has entrepreneurship and urban farming. So it's really for those that are often the most difficult in finding and securing employment.
Okay, so yeah, I'd just like to see the metrics on that, I mean, what the reach is, what we're doing there. So you say there are 5, so we've got Bridgeport, New Haven, Waterbury, what are the other 2?
Yeah, one's escaping me. Bridgeport, New Britain, New London, New Haven. Does anybody remember the 5th one?
It was Waterbury, Commissioner.
Oh, right, thank you.
I'm sorry, what's that? Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, if you can give us some detail on those operations and that funding for like the last 5 years, that would be helpful. And then lastly, so we look like we're flat funded here with the WIAs, right? The investment boards going into this next biennium. Did we lose her?
No, I'm right here. I wasn't sure the question. I'm sorry. So yeah, that is always an estimate, right? We always guess on that one. We've been, since I've been here, I think we've seen as high as 36 million, as low as 29 million. And we do certainly base it on estimates. And then every now and then, and I know last year was one of these years that we have an adjustment, and that's just basically to catch up what we really came in based upon our estimates, which, we have to make in the fall, and then we don't find out what our funding will be until further on into the year. So we are basing that on estimates.
And then can you also bring for us just the breakdown for each board in terms of what that dollar amount is?
We can, and I do have it now if you'd like, but I can bring it.
Yeah, no, bring it to us. All right. And then lastly, so there's a conversation going around about in this next biennium, a working relationship. I don't know if it's an MOU or whatever with OWS. And I guess I'm just wondering how that works. What's the need for it? And what?
Yes. So the need is that the smaller agencies, which it's becoming its own independent entity, do not have like the chief fiscal officer or the HR functions or payroll functions and others. So smaller agencies, for instance, CHRO is already APO'd to us, administrative purposes only. So they're independent entity, but we have to do, much of their kind of administrative work for them since they don't have that staffing. The conversation has been that OWS would be APO'd, administrative purposes only, to the Department of Labor. I am expecting to begin engaging in an MOU to clearly identify what services we would be having to do to support them.
And would we be able to see that as we try to anticipate how things roll out here in the budget?
I would fully expect so. I have been talking only to OPM thus far about it, and we have yet to begin the MOU process.
But that process would trigger at the start of the fiscal year, right? July 1?
I would expect so. Yes.
Okay, so I'm thinking we need to see that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Before we jump to Representative Nuccio, I thought that was the purpose of having all the human service positions going to Department of Administrative Services, so that those jobs or necessities were done by DAS, which is why they hired the people and everything like that. So I'm very confused about that. I didn't realize that you still had your staff there. So I guess we really should figure that out, because a lot of people are beholden to Department of Administrative Services, I thought, for those purposes, but we can talk about that. Representative Nuccio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you, Representative.
I know we're short on time. This is the already over what we're supposed to be at. And I do have several questions. So I'm hoping I can kind of give them to you and we can go over them in the work group, if that would work with you.
Sure.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to understand the Connecticut Youth Employment Program, the $10 million that's in there, and what we expect to have for that $10 million, what the program would look like. And I think it has the ability to be carried over into 2025. So I'd like to confirm that. The next thing that I'm wondering is on the manufacturing pipeline initiative, this $1.4 million reduction. I'm trying to understand why we're reducing this program. And as Senator Hartley said, why I'm not seeing a corresponding uptick in OWS. Office of Workforce, the Office of Workforce there. Yeah, so that's the next question that I have. Then regarding the Veterans Opportunity Pilot, I really want to understand why we're canceling this. I see the money was in there. I see that it's being removed 100%. And I don't follow what the little blurb is that's in the budget here. It doesn't seem to be an adequate explanation for why we're getting rid of this. I think this is a very worthy program, so I'd like to understand the logic behind canceling it out. And then the other question that I have for you, ma'am, is the unemployment insurance fund. Is that under your area?
The Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to understand in detail the balance that is owed right now. I understand that it's a moving target and that it changes all the time, but I would like to understand what balance there is left that is attributable to COVID unemployment and how that's moving and how long it's going to take to get that fund back up to a balance where the small businesses are not being penalized and their rates are not going up. And then the last thing that I have is in regard to the ARPA funding, you have temporary UI staff here. And I guess I'm not really following why we need $5 million of temporary staff. All the reports that I'm reading are showing that unemployment is really low right now. So I guess I don't understand why we need more temporary staff to the tune of $5 million.
Is it possible to answer any of these questions right now?
That is up to the lady who's looking at.
Because I'm really dying to.
I know, but we're cutting into some of your colleagues who are supposed to have their time too. Because the next one is Department of Housing and they're sitting there very nicely. And then we have Agriculture, and then we have Office of Workforce Strategy. So we could probably talk to them about the transfer of the 1.4 million.
Well, it's not, yeah, Office of Workforce Strategy is only 1.3 million in total. So it's not even,
The full amount.
yeah, it's not even,
Oh.
and that's just one organization that's transferring money to OWS.
Okay. So we will love to have this conversation in your work. Okay.
Representative, what I would like to know is it possible to have a long enough session? Because there's a lot of questions that are very complicated. We'd love enough time to be able to really do a working session.
We'll expand our working time. I'm
Great.
sure that a lot of our members are going to want to come into that meeting too. So maybe we'll do it in 2C. So we will expand the time.
That'd be lovely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And now it's time for the next agency. But can you? Oh, just something. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner. I'm asking if you could please bring to the work group, because of the time constraint, information on the reductions that were made in the budget that's before us, and that's eliminating funding for the youth bill, Veterans Opportunity Pilot, and then the long-term unemployed. I really want to see what those programs were doing prior to us deciding to cease funding for them, especially the Veterans Opportunity. It was stated due to the pandemic, this program ceased operations in 2020 and it has not since been reestablished. So I really would like to see the numbers for that and what they were looking like, what the outcomes were, and how we're justifying eliminating this funding and the others. Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, there was a lot to be said. So next time we have to have a little bit more time. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for have you left? I don't see her. Oh, she left. Okay, thank you, everybody. Have a good day. Next, we have the Department of Housing. Good afternoon. Sorry we're late. We just got a little longer than we expected. Go right ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, Senator Berthel, Representative Nuccio, and Senator Harley, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Seila Mosquera Bruno, and I am Commissioner of the Department of Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of Governor Lamont's biannual budget. DOH is committed to its mission to ensure everyone has access to quality housing opportunities and options throughout the state of Connecticut. DOH provides funding for housing assistance for families and individuals, programs to preserve our existing stock of affordable housing, as well as capital funding for new affordable housing development. Our programs provide a range of services from ensuring that our state's most vulnerable individuals have shelter, providing gap funding for affordable rental housing, preservation and new construction, as well as providing affordable homeownership opportunities for individuals and families ready to set down roots in the community of their choice. Governor Lamont's proposed budget for DOH demonstrates his commitment and support of the agency's mission. Most crucially, the governor's proposed budget authorized $300 million in bonding for affordable housing, in addition to $200 million outside of DOH for workforce housing and $100 million to support homeownership. Taken together, these investments represents generational investment in housing that projected to help to develop 6,400 units of housing and assist thousands of first-time homebuyers purchase their first home. The Department of Housing has been engaged in a variety of activities to allow for easier access to services and greater equity for persons of color. DOH reaches persons least likely to apply for homeless assistance through the Coordinated Access Network, or the CANS. Targeting diversity factors including race, color, national origin, English proficiency, religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender, identity expression, age, familial status, and disability. Additionally, DOH, with partnership from Continuum of Care, regularly analyzes data on racial disparities in the provision of homeless assistance and includes a race equity standard in the annual performance evaluation of Continuum of Care funded programs. The governor proposed budget also provides ARPA funding of $2 million in fiscal year 2024 to DOH to invest in a flexible funding pool for housing and homeless support to provide flexible assistance to help individuals, families, and youth overcome financial barriers and expedite solutions to homelessness. Provides funding to support the congregate facilities operation cost and elderly congregate rent subsidy accounts, which are both anticipating inflationary shortfalls. Analyzes private provided cost of living adjustment funding to analyze the 4% COLA in fiscal year 2022, as well as the 5.4% COLA in fiscal year 2023. Of this amount, $219,686 goes to homeless youth, $1,879,478 goes to housing homeless services, and $38,321 goes to housing homeless services municipality. In fiscal year 24, this funding was provided by ARPA funding, and in fiscal year 23 by carry forward. This budget also reduces housing homeless services funding to reflect current expenses and provides funding in 2 positions to support DOH as a standalone agency instead of an APO to DECD. The Department of Housing supports the recommended annual budget submitted to you by Governor Lamont. Thank you for your time, and we are here with 2 of my staff to answer any questions you may have.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. It's great to see you again. Great to see you.
Good
Thank
afternoon.
you. First, let me start with you have such a small staff. I mean, it's criminal. It really is. You have a lot of responsibilities, but you have such a small staff. So how many full-time staff do you have within your budget and how many are unfilled?
So right now we have, and Michael, correct me if I'm wrong, you're gonna come here by my side, but we have 21 full-time staff from the general budget. In total, we have about 60 people because we have also federal resources and programs that we need to run with some durationals.
So you have 21, so you have 39 that are paid for by the feds?
Yes.
Okay, so could we get that information from you in the working group, please?
Yes, we'll do that.
It's and the 39 are for administering the
Sure.
the
We
wrap
have
house?
some that are durational running, like the rent relief program, the eviction prevention program. Other ones are through the different programs that we pay CDBG, home funds, trust fund that are working on the development side of the house.
I see here 2 positions funding and 2 positions to support DOH as a standalone agency. What does that mean?
So right now we receive some support from the ECD, which is the financial overall, couple of financial people. So we want to have those in-house so that we could do our work.
So you can add, so you're
Yes,
taking.
those will be added to our staff.
You're taking 2 people from DECD.
Will be 2 new positions for us.
Oh, I know, but you're not taking.
No, they were, the tasks were done with multiple different people, just a little bit of everybody.
Okay, all right. Then I'm gonna go to. First, you eliminate the 100,000 for Christian Community Action Agency. Have you ever been to Christian Community Action Agency?
Yes, I have.
Okay.
Because we provided capital resources for the improvement of a couple of shelters.
So you know the population that is served under Christian Community Action?
Yes.
And you feel that they could take that hit?
So I thought that was from ARPA funding, not in the
Nope.
general fund.
No, from
Steve?
from carry forward.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. Thanks for
Okay.
having us. Yes, that was funding that was added last year, specifically within the DOH budget from the appropriation side.
Right.
When I went through the process.
And the reason why I put it that way is because we didn't want it to be a one-time event. We wanted to support them because of the population that they serve.
Sure.
And those are families that are really struggling and if they don't have that place, they go straight to the shelter. So we're getting people out of the shelters. It's that critical. So that's not a good reduction at all because, well, I'm not going to get into all the details. Then you reduce housing and homeless services in current services by $1 million. Why?
That has been because of the last few years, we've surplused extra funding out of our RAP program due to slower lease ups of
that's right.
certain
Okay.
programs, specifically MFP.
I remember because we put that in too.
Yes,
And-
on the bright side, we have been able to fully authorize all of our routes for the chess program.
Yep.
So right now, this year, they're in the process of leasing up. So next year, we fully anticipate that those 340 vouchers will be leased. But the Money Follows the Person program has not been leasing up as anticipated.
That was done especially for the participants in Project Longevity.
No, that was a separate piece. The Project Longevity piece was funding in which the appropriations, you asked us to direct some of our CIA money specifically for Project Longevity.
1 million.
It was actually 2 million. And then we separated out of the 2 million, 1 million is going to Project Longevity specifically to support the case management piece. And then 1 million is going to our rental assistance provider to provide the rent. So we do that match and we luckily kicked that program off
We are
last week.
still sustaining that.
So that is, since it was CIA funding, it's only a one-time investment. It's not in the general fund. So right now we did a contract through June 30th of 2024.
Right.
And we're working with Project Longevity
Okay.
to keep that going.
We know the population that we're dealing with Project Longevity.
Sure.
we can't, the reason, we messed up. I messed up. I was the one who put it in the wrap. I did not realize that was it. So that money has to go somewhere so that we can make sure that it's not a one-time fix. So where is that going now?
So right now, it's currently was redirected via the Community Investment Act funding.
Okay.
So the Community Investment Act funding is not a permanent source of funding because that is
Right.
off the general appropriations, and that is funded by fees that are allocated over real estate transactions. And we get a quarter of that allocation
So
every year.
my point was, we need to just change the definition of that 1 million in the general fund as opposed to putting it into a one-year deal, because insecure housing is part of the problem that we're trying to fix. So that has to be corrected. So we'll go back to that.
Okay.
All right. Questions from the Senator Austin?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thank you for coming today. So I was in a meeting this morning at 7:30 with Electric Boat, and they plan on hiring just next year 5,700 employees. And so what came up at that meeting was training and other things, daycare. But they also talked about housing, and they said, we don't have enough housing to hire that many people. And this is between today and the end of this calendar year that they're going to hire 5,700 people. So do you have a plan to assist with, we have the 600 million that the governor has put in bonding. It's one of the best things about his budget, as far as I'm concerned, is that although I think he needs to times it times 5, I know he can't do this that much in 1 year. So if he's going to do it, I'm hoping that he does it for the next 5 years after this. Do you have a plan for housing in that section of the state?
Last year, I had a conversation with the Human Resource Department, and we were talking about what is the type of housing that they need and the salaries that of the people that we're going to bring. So I will continue with that conversation, and we have also been working with some of the banks that are over there, with some of the developers where they are really the 200 millions that the governor is putting in for workforce housing will help us, because there are some projects that have been delayed because of the interest rate that has been so high.
Right.
So now with this opportunity, we are working strictly with some of the banks to be able to continue with some of the pipeline projects that they have.
And when would that start happening?
So we're working right now as we speak. Staff are convening meetings with several banks.
And with Electric Boat itself also?
I will reach out to them. I have not reached out since last year. I will reach out to the human resource chief again.
Okay, because they say that that's a real detriment to them to hire people, and they plan on hiring between now and 2030, 2033, a number of people. And they had said that people were coming from every part of the state. They listed the number of suppliers they had, and the suppliers were going to need workers. So I think that it's clear to me that that is one of the growing industries that we have in the state. And I think that that's something that we need to sort of pay attention to. And
yes,
I'm looking at Representative Walker and I and everybody at this table here voted to put money in the budget for homeless shelters. And then unbeknownst to us, it was just sent to cold weather shelters. Can you tell me the difference between a shelter and a cold weather shelter, please? So I can get it in my head.
Thank you. Sure. Certainly, we were very appreciative of the funding that was provided. And when it was announced, we took it back to all of our coordinated access networks, which include shelters. And we asked them, how did they feel that the funding would be best utilized? And at the time, DOH or the state, we have not supported funding for shelters during the cold weather season. So previously, before the pandemic, some municipalities would fund a little bit here, a little bit there, like maybe City of Hartford would throw in like a couple $100,000, City of New Haven similar, to create overflow shelters that were in places like church basements or community centers. And basically they were just, you know, if you were lucky, you would get a cot. Sometimes they were just chairs. Obviously, the pandemic really changed how we had to look at cold weather sheltering because we couldn't put people very congregated in a church basement or a community center. So at the time, the cans and the shelters included thought that they really needed to have additional spaces that were enough spaced up so we wouldn't spread COVID during the cold weather season. And clearly we did not want to leave people outside in the cold. So that is really where the decision was made with our communication with all of our nonprofit providers, that we really needed to invest during the pandemic in some of that cold weather sheltering to keep as many people safe as possible.
And do you have a list of cold weather shelters around the state? Is there any way that we can get a copy of that? If there is such a list, can we get a copy of that so we can understand what we're dealing with?
Sure, and it obviously changes every year depending on the sites and the locations that individuals, communities are able to find. So sometimes, like I said, sometimes it's going to be in this church basement, but then other times that church may say we're not going to be able to do it this year. Or there's some communities have rotating churches that they take it 1 year and then they pass it and then it kind of comes back on a 5-year rotating basis. So we can certainly put together a list for you.
That would be wonderful, because I think we were both surprised about that because we had thought it was going to shelters broadly, not designated for cold weather shelters. And we had some shelters that are saying that they're not getting enough funding. And I think that that's something that we have to understand. I don't know whether I've been going to the Norwich has a weekly meeting on who's homeless and where they're staying. Are they staying in a car at the parking lot on whatever street it may be on, or are they couch surfing, or what are they doing? And so I'd like to, I thought it was a very in-depth presentation that they did, and every week they check on this, but I don't know if every town does that, but that's something that I found to be enlightening to what the problem is. And I'd like to, we're all hearing that we're going to see an increase in the number of homeless folks. And so I'd really like to get my head around what you think that number is going to be. Where are they going to populate themselves? Like I had a conversation with you a week or so ago, Norwich doesn't have a shelter. They either have to go to New London or Willimantic. I don't necessarily think that's a good thing, because if someone's homeless, I don't know how they get to New London or Willimantic. In particular, when we were having the sub-zero weathers. So what is your projection on what we're going to see for the homeless population over the next, say, 6 months?
So before you answer that question, Steve, I follow up. First of all, the Coordinated Access Network was in charge in each region how they were going to provide services to the homeless in the winter weather. And some of them decided that they were going to utilize hotel rooms as they did for COVID. So some of them have spaces that they're going to be providing these services, and some of them will be used in hotels. I did follow up also in Norwich, and I'm supposed to have a meeting with St. Vincent de Paul. Okay, go ahead.
Sure, I think it is really difficult for us to predict the number of people that will become homeless over the course of the next 6 months, including where they will actually be located. A lot of these factors are out of our control, and unfortunately, we tend to be the agency that we have to respond when the emergency happens.
Right.
So I really like to think of like our system, if you want to think of like healthcare, we're like the emergency room, because you never know what is going to happen. But when there is a housing crisis, they come to us in the homeless service system. Clearly, we're trying to build up some of our prevention opportunities, and included in the governor's budget is $2 million of flexible funding for that prevention. So hopefully when somebody comes to us with a housing crisis, we might be able to give them a little bit of funding, whether it's a security deposit, whether it's access to food, whether it's access to money to fix your car so you can get to your job on time. Any of those things that will hopefully prevent somebody from entering into homelessness. So we're trying to create as much options as possible to really stop the inflow. However, when people lose their jobs or inflation is really high, and just bills become too unmanageable, it's tough for us to predict where that's going to happen. But clearly, I think we all know where our shelters are currently located. They tend to be in the more urban areas that have obviously lower average incomes of the population in general. So I would expect that those trends would continue. So I think you would just have a little exponential. If it increases, it will increase in the same areas at the same approximate percentage.
So I just would like the Department of Housing in particular to stay in touch with the Appropriations Committee over the next little bit of time, in particular between now and when we're going to vote on a budget. We really have to make sure that we are providing the funding necessary to deal with this issue that we think is going to be becoming exponentially worse than what it is. And I appreciate you talking about St. Vincent de Paul. They're the only soup kitchen essentially that we have in Norwich, a town of 40,000 people. And they do fantastic work with the little resources that they have, but they don't have the capacity for a shelter where they are.
Yeah.
I think that that's something that we really have to start being prepared for. If nothing else, we have to be prepared for where we're going to be. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Nuccio, followed by Representative Nuccio, Senator Kushner, and then Representative Datham, and then Representative Porter.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming. I do have a couple of questions. I'm just checking off the ones that Kathy and Tony have already asked here. The $1 million that was in the homeless services funding to reflect current expenses, is that just less money that we're actually spending? We don't see that coming back up. And then I noticed there's $2 million in a subsidy pool for housing and homeless and ARPA. Is that an offset, or are these totally different things?
They're a little bit different. So the housing and homeless services line, that basically covers most of our rental assistance programs, where it's very much modeled after Section 8, but it's using state funding. So they're over the course of time, the legislature has appropriated different pots or different silos of money for different populations. And going back to fiscal years 19 and 20, there were some allocations for the Money Follows the Person program based on anticipated number of discharges that were going to happen from nursing homes for folks that would need permanent housing. Obviously, the pandemic has kind of shifted things a little bit there. So the amount of lease ups from that program has been a little bit less than we expected back in fiscal year 19 and 20. Clearly that can increase over the course of time, but right now it has surplus for the past few years. So that is why the governor has proposed to rectify that situation. So that's what that comes from. The $2 million for housing assistance with ARPA is a little bit different. That's like what I was discussing previously, which is more flexible money at the front end of the homeless service system for prevention. So that can be really flexible funds to help any family as they enter into homeless or as they enter into a housing crisis to prevent them from becoming homeless. So like I said, that can be used for a wide variety of things, whether it's a security deposit, first month's, last month's rent, back utilities, anything that would really help a household stabilize their situation with a little bit amount of money. And then we'll continue to try to work with them to keep them as stably housed as possible.
And I'm assuming there are qualifications, rules and all that to receive that money.
In terms of on the actual individuals or in terms of their providers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's basically, we try to be as low barrier as possible because people come into the system and we don't want to put too much restrictions on them, because then that just may lead to a further lengthening of an experience of homelessness. So we really look toward income. The amount of income that they take home in a year is really the main factor for determining eligibility. So most of the programs that we look at, you have to be at or below 50% of area median income to be eligible for our programs.
And do you take like seniors on fixed income into consideration with that?
It would be anybody. It would be anybody who fits into that. So yes, absolutely. If they're at or below 50% of area median income, for sure.
Okay, and then the last question that I have right now is adjust the funding for the subsidized assisted living demonstration. This looks like it's definitely aimed at the elderly residents. So I'm wondering why we are going down the amounts that we are. For offsetting the rent for elderly residents.
Certainly, and thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today. that is just an annualization adjustment for the 4 assisted living demonstration projects we have in the state. A number of years ago, the state of Connecticut built 4 assisted living projects in 4 different locations. And through the rental subsidy in that line item, we support the bond payments, the mortgage payments for those 4 properties. It actually varies year to year depending on tenant contribution. So last year, or I should say the current year, we are underspending based on the availability of tenant contribution. We anticipate that to continue into next year, and therefore we are projecting a lesser need to meet the needs of the residents in those properties. Turnover in those properties is very low, so it's fairly easy to project going forward, at least for 1 year, what we anticipate in terms of tenant contribution for the coming year.
So I guess my question on that would be, are you taking into consideration for the tenant contributions, the cost of living right now, the inflation, the cost of electricity, is all that included in the apartment cost?
So tenants pay 30% of their income towards the cost of housing. So it does not take into consideration increases in food, but it does take into consideration increases in utility costs and other housing related costs.
So it's maxed out at the 30% line.
That's correct.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Up next is Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Commissioner. I had the same reaction when I saw this number of people that are employed in the Department of Housing. I had the same reaction as Representative Walker. It's amazing what you do with so few people. And I do want to just start by thanking you, because I know I have called on you many, many times, and your staff are really quick to get back to me and help people who are in crisis. And sometimes that happens quickly, as it did recently with someone who we kept in her apartment after being out with a medical issue and not being able to work and running out of paid family leave. And we kept her from being evicted, and we saved somebody from being homeless. And I didn't know about those funds, and your staff informed me about them, and I really appreciated that. So I would like to know, however, I think you just were addressing that source of funding that we have for folks. And I think it would be helpful if you could give us a little more detail on it, so that we can know how many people we've helped and how many, what the potential is out there. Because I do think that is critically important, especially where I live, where there's such limited housing stock. So once people are out, it's very hard to find a place to then find a place for them. And that goes to my second question, which is, or related question. I want to make it my related question because I don't want to get bounced. But my related question about vouchers, we've had some reports in the news recently about the number of vouchers that are going. People are not able to find housing, so they're not able to use the vouchers that we provide them with. And I know I had that experience with a woman in my community who we were all trying to help, who was more than a year homeless with a voucher and could not find a landlord that would accept the voucher and give them a place to live, even when it was fulfilling all of the cost of it fully fulfilled the amount of rent they were looking for. So I think if you could give us some update on, and you don't have to do it here, but you can if you choose to, but for the working group, really about where are we with the vouchers? Are we, where does that stand now? Is it as bad as what we've heard in the press? And, what are some of the solutions we could look for? And then my second question is about 211, which I also brought to your attention recently. And I think we really need to have, we have to have some accounting of 211. I believe we're understaffed dramatically there. And it's a problem because people who are trying to, oftentimes what's happening in my community is people are going to a soup kitchen, they're getting food, they don't have a phone. And so they try and get through with one of the volunteers to 211, and then they're on hold for hours and they can't get through and they don't have a callback number. I know you've given me some resources in the community where they can physically go in that kind of case, but it seems like we really should be investing in 211 to make sure that we're adequately staffing it to meet the need that we have currently. So those are my
Thank you.
related to
You all set, Senator? Yes.
Okay, Senator Kushner, thank you for those questions. On the Section 8 vouchers, the states, you have to remember that there are housing authorities that we do not control. So our vouchers that we control, our utilization rate is actually pretty high. I think it's 96%, which is well, and we also have allowed for some flexibility, like because we are statewide, so people can apply any place in the state.
But are those the wraps?
No, those are the Section 8 vouchers.
No,
The
the Section
federal.
8 vouchers are the ones that are federal, but are the ones that we have 96% usage, is that?
Senator Kushner, I don't think your mic is on.
Oh,
Is it? Is it? Okay.
Oh, now
Go
it's
ahead.
not. So DOH, we are fortunate enough not only to administer the RAP program, but we also are classified as a housing authority from the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development. So we also do administer over 7,500 Section 8 certificates as well. So the commissioner is 100% right. Each housing authority with its Section 8s has its own different rules and programs. As soon as the pandemic hit, we also similarly used to have a 120-day rule where if you weren't able to locate a unit in 120 days, we take back the voucher. However, we understand that it's really difficult right now to find units. The market is tight. They just aren't available. So we immediately, once the pandemic happened, allowed households to look for up to a year. And for the most part, we even after a year, we give extensions after extensions. We really want people to find housing because we know what the end result will be if not. The RAP program, we have the same rules for it. However, the difference with that is we have these different what we call silos within the RAP program because when we were fortunate to get appropriations from this committee, a lot of times you're directing us where to utilize those. So you've heard me talk about money follows the person. So sometimes we need to take the referrals from that program. So that will be generated from that program. Also the CHEST program, which is another Medicaid funded homeless program. We need to get referrals from there. We also do things for with Department of Mental Health and Addiction Services for supportive housing. So as you can see, it's a little bit different because it's not just a pure wait list driven like Section 8. So we do have to be faithful to what you wanted us to do with those previous appropriations. So we need to find applicants from those particular groups and then have them go look for housing. The bright side there is most of our RAPs do come with case management support because they are highly specialized and highly vulnerable households that really do need assistance in terms of locating housing.
So Senator Kushner, you're all set. If you want to bring any more information to the working group, that would be really great.
Just the last was the 211.
Yeah, can we get that to the working group because
That's
we're
fine. Yep.
15 minutes beyond that. So next up is Representative Dathan, and she knows that we're 15 minutes longer than we should be.
And this is all to bring to the working group, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So just to follow up with Senator Kushner's great questions on vouchers, can we get a trend analysis for the number of vouchers that are part of the RAP program and some of the other vouchers over the last several years? And if we have any reasons why these vouchers aren't being utilized, because I'd like to get an understanding of what the dollars lapsing are for the agency and the state as a result of these. My second question to bring to the working group is, does the Department of Housing have any sort of focus on what they are doing to encourage housing for people in the IDD community, folks? This is an important issue of mine with 5001.
Yep.
And I'd really like to get an understanding of what the strategy is going forward to ensure that everyone who wants to have housing in our state has access to it, no matter what they have. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Porter, followed by Senator Hartley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for being here today. I just want to echo the sentiments of Senator Kushner. You guys do a phenomenal job. One of my favorite agencies as far as response and really getting done what we need to get done for our constituency. And thank goodness, Senator Kushner asked one of my questions already, what's being done regarding the housing inventory and the vouchers. So the other question I had was, what has the Department of Housing been doing in terms of homeless prevention, like your Head Start to Housing program? Because as you can see, a lot of these, questions have been centered around our concern with homelessness, which is actually on the rise as we speak?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that question. And this is personal to me because I wouldn't want a child of mine to be on a shelter. So we were looking for ways not to have a family to go into a shelter if they have some unstable housing. We partnered with the Office of Early Childhood Education, and we came up with the idea that bringing vouchers to the families that are in Head Start, that are unstable, that they can apply instead of waiting until they are homeless, go to a 211 call and then go to a shelter. So we're trying to prevent from that to happen. And we started with 25 state voucher or certificates, and we moved 25 families. Some of them were living in motels, some of them were on unstable conditions, and they were able to not to go to a shelter, but to go to a permanent housing. So we provide the voucher. The Office of Early Childhood, they provide the case management, so that is all combined. We were able to add or to amend our administrative plan with HUD, and now we're going to utilize at least 50 vouchers from the federal government to house these families. We're going to be working. This is going to be a permanent program. We actually are going to have a person that is going to be working with the two agencies and the Department of Education, 3 agencies together to try to prevent some of the kids that are in the system, and whether it's in Head Start or whether they are in the school system, to be able to have a voucher.
Thank you. And I'm personally thanking you on behalf of some of my constituents as well. Excellent program. And you actually answered a question. You are expanding to 50. So that is exactly what I wanted to hear. And I hope that that expansion continues. Thank you for your work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hartley, followed by Representative Sims.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, Commissioner, good to see you, and thank you for all that you do. So appreciative of it. I know you've got deep Waterbury roots too, so we are always grateful for that. Listen, the United CT program is done, but are we still processing any of those payments?
So United City is closed. We are processing some applications that we have from
in the pipeline. Yeah.
So those are being processed, but we're not taking new applications. But what we did was also we put some of those resources into the eviction prevention program. So we're processing people that needs assistance, that they have assumption complaints. They're working with legal aid in providing up to $5,000 so that they could make some arrangements with their landlords.
Right. So can you just give us an update of that when we get into the working group, what you've got in the pipeline, what the money is, when we think we're going to, get all of that out the door? And then I don't know, do we have anything of a housing profile on a state level in terms of rental units? I'm interested in, what the numbers are. I mean, like how many huge rental properties do we have? How many medium size? How many small? Do we have anything like that and broken down by regions? That would be helpful.
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Representative Sims.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, for the great work you and your team do on a day-to-day basis here in the state. I truly appreciate it. I have a question for something that just came up and was flagged to me. It's with regards to housing stock, right? And I've been noticing with that housing authorities been pretty much selling like a lot of their livestock to for-profit companies. Is that a trend that that housing is dealing with or aware of? And in addition to, I know that a lot of constituents of mine who were receiving Section 8 vouchers or in housing were living in these developments, and then it comes to a point where their vouchers are to be renewed, and they're not being renewed by these for-profit companies, and pretty much these constituents are left to look elsewhere for housing. Is that a common practice that is currently going on with your administration? And if so, how does this benefit our constituents?
So I'm going to start, and I'm going to ask Michael to continue if I'm missing something, or just kick me if I'm saying something by mistake. The housing authorities, there are several that are very active, and they have been, they probably demolished their buildings to rebuild because those houses were in substandard conditions, so they need to do something. Housing authorities are obligated to do 1-for-1 replacement. So if they demolish 100 units, they have to build at least 100 units, and they have to offer to those residents that were there the option to come back. Depends on the partnership. They actually don't sell the properties. They do a partnership with for-profit developers. The for-profit developers bring the capacity that they need to be able to do that.
Thank you. And just to expand on that just a little bit, the properties actually never completely go out of control of the local housing authority. They maintain ownership of the land. The for-profit entity accesses a wide variety of resources that are not otherwise available. Low-income housing tax credit is the primary example. And after 15 years, that investment group backs out, leaving behind the housing authority, their not-for-profit partner. So essentially, we are preserving it through a for-profit model for a short period of time, which then converts to long-term or almost permanent affordability for those properties. Tenants are given the opportunity to come back, as the commissioner identified. They could choose not to. They may have, in the interim period, identified an alternative location. What I think you were talking about is a different model, where a not-for-profit is selling off their property to a for-profit, who then opts out of the Section 8 subsidy program. That does happen occasionally, not as much here in Connecticut as it does in other parts of the country, but in what I will call high-value neighborhoods, that does happen occasionally. Those are not controlled by local housing authorities, though. As the commissioner pointed out, there's a particular section of the statute, section 8-64A, which requires housing authorities in particular to get our approval. And we hold them to at least a 1-for-1 replacement. And in many cases, we encourage them, in fact, to expand the number of units available.
I thank you for that answer. However, I was preface that I think that we probably need to take a closer look at what's going on throughout the state. Because I will tell you that I have constituents who lived in those conditions and lost their voucher because they weren't able to afford to stay on that property, or it wasn't being renewed. And then I also have constituents who were supposed to come back to the property, but they were never given the option to come back. So that is another concern that I think that we need to address as well. But I'm not going to take up any more time. And I thank you for your answer, and thank you, Madam Chair.
But certainly we can have a meeting, if you can give us a little more specific, and we can look at it. That'd be great.
Thank you very much, Representative. Commissioner, I think that's all we have. We gave you a ton of stuff. I don't know how many years Lucy was saying that she needed you to do her things, but 3. She said for the last several years. I said, oh my God, so they're going to come in with 10 years of stuff.
3 years.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Up next is Jason White. Is Jason White here? Oh, there you are. I was thinking you were on that side of the room. Floor is yours.
Have a good afternoon. Just want to remind all you appropriations people, we still have a public hearing today. And for the snowstorm, yes, but we need sign up people.
So, thank you. Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, Senator Austin, Representative Walker, members of the Appropriation Committee. My name is Jason White. I'm the director of the Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station. And I'm pleased to be here today to give testimony on the governor's recommended budget for fiscal years 2024 and 25. As a relatively small agency, we've always operated on a very lean budget and only request funding that's needed to satisfy our mission and our regulatory responsibilities. The budget that Governor Lamont has recommended for our agency is adequate to continue our current research programs, meet our statutory responsibilities, and continue to provide superior service to Connecticut residents. The experiment station continues to conduct extraordinary research and provide public service in the areas of agriculture, the environment, food safety, and public health. The experiment station, like most other state agencies, experienced many retirements, and I am happy to report that we've been successful in replacing those positions. We had 24 staff members either retire or leave the agency. All but 4 of those positions have been replaced, and the remaining 4 are actually, those 4 are actually being recruited and will be joining the agency by May of 2023. So our total authorized positions is 74. As of today, 68 are filled, and 4 more will be filled in the coming months, leaving 2 vacant. In addition, the governor's budget recommended budget transfers for 3 positions from the regulatory testing of adult cannabis to the general fund. This regulatory testing program is currently fully operational with staff hired and samples being processed in a timely fashion. The laboratory is in the process of adding this testing to our current ISO accreditation. In addition, the Office of Aquatic Invasive Species, which was created last year by statute, is now fully staffed and beginning operations, including coordination with other state agencies, the University of Connecticut, and other stakeholders. The experiment station has also initiated research on PFAS in the environment, supported by federal research grants. Our research staff have developed sensitive methods of analysis for a range of media, including soil and food. I do note that there seems to be an interest in the state for a state-based surveillance program to test agricultural soil samples for PFAS, so that's a topic of discussion. We're currently collaborating with other state agencies, including the Department of Energy, Environmental Protection, and the Department of Public Health on PFAS-related issues, and we are a member of the PFAS task force. And that group is working to address the threat of PFAS in the environment. For 147 years, we've achieved groundbreaking discoveries with an unbridled commitment to public service as we've addressed the region's most challenging problems and strive to improve the quality of life for Connecticut residents. Thank you for your consideration of our operating budget, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. And you answered some of our questions right up front, so we're really happy about that. But I do have a couple questions. You had a couple of capital projects that were going on. Where do you stand on those capital projects?
So there are 2 active capital projects. The first is a greenhouse project on our campus in New Haven. That is about a $1.5 million project. And my understanding, we've been working closely with the architect and construction services, and we hope that that will be going to the bid room March 1st. We were told that there is about a 6 to 8 week backlog of projects making it through the bid room and out to the street, but I believe we're almost there. The other larger capital project is our Valley Laboratory. Our main location, as you know, is in New Haven, but we have the Valley Laboratory, which is in Windsor. And that's a much larger project. The current estimate is that the cost is about $31 million. We have approximately $25.5 million, and we are working with construction services to make up that shortfall. That project has been a bit of a saga, as I think you know, but we're moving forward. We have a project manager that's working with us. We have verbal commitment from construction services that they have a plan to close that gap, and working with the architect to finish that. So in terms of timeline, you know, we're kind of hoping, you know, groundbreaking this time next year.
And please let me know about that. I'm really excited about getting that done because I'd like to see you not having closets that you're using for testing. It would be really nice to get you out of the closets up there that do have. So you should be up there sometimes. It's really, they have these little tiny little, what used to be broom closets that they're now using for laboratories. Relative to mosquitoes and ticks, do you expect to see an increase of ticks this year relative to this so far mild winter?
So my training is in chemistry, so that's an excellent question for an entomologist, but I believe the short answer is yes. I mean, certainly the trend over the last few years has been for increasing populations of ticks, including 3 new invasive species that have come into the state since 2018. It is known that, you know, a warmer winter will increase populations of ticks and other similar insects. So that's what we're anticipating. In fact, we've been getting ticks submitted all year long into our tick testing laboratory. There's been no break. So I would anticipate increased numbers.
So I really appreciate the work you do. I think that it's fantastic, and I think Connecticut's really lucky to have a group such as yours that does the work that you do, because I think it's vital for us, and I think it's really important for Connecticut. Representative Walker.
No, just because you listened to all our questions and everything and you answered, your money's good. No, thank you. I don't have any questions. The only thing right now that we look at is our staffing that we have for everybody, and making sure that the staffing is adequate for the responsibility that you have. So I thank you, and thank you for
Representative
testifying.
Walker.
Representative Dathan.
Representative Harrison, then Representative Dathan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. One of the things that I went looking for, knowing that we were having these, hearings, was the audit report findings. And I noticed that you have some noted deficiencies in there. What's being done to rectify them? And if you don't have the answer now, can you bring it to the working group?
I can. I don't have that answer in front of me right now. I believe one of the deficiencies was related to record keeping, and I know we do have a plan to address
Software
record keeping of software specifically.
Yeah, and the other one was still using paper timesheets.
Yeah, so that will be stopping in the next 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah, but I can get you more information.
Thank you.
Representative Dathan.
Thank you very much. And just to bring to the working group, following up on the mosquito and tick disease prevention, with having year-round testing that needs to be done and the increasing amount of invasive species, are we sure that a $50,000 increase is going to be over the current appropriation is going to be sufficient to be able to handle those increased activity?
I think in the short term, yes. And the primary reason for that is both the tick testing program and the mosquito testing program also have large federal components for funding, including pass-through funding that comes through the CDC, through the Department of Public Health, that's dedicated specifically to surveillance activities. But in addition to that, we have federal competitive funding that supports that program, including we've been part of a CDC Northeast Center of Excellence on vector-borne disease. So I at least in the short term, I think we're okay. It's hard to predict too far out though.
Exactly. So and most ticks, I'm assuming, don't know state lines. So it's important that we share that information with our Northeast partners. And I'm glad that we're hopefully collaborating better. My second question has to do about PFAS. Thinking about some of the testing, regulation testing that we're seeing and the trends going on across the nation with such little levels of PFAS as part of the detection in soil and in water systems. How does the department think that they will be able to manage to test to such low levels if Connecticut were to go to the same sort of level of PFAS testing that are PFAS levels that we have in, say, Oregon or California, for example? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, and at the risk of getting too far in the weeds, I know we're short on time, but PFAS testing is difficult on several counts. One, because as you mentioned, we have to go to exceptionally low levels. And, we run an ISO accredited program for testing pesticides in food for the FDA. And we're talking about going 10 to 100 times below those levels. And the other part is PFAS is not one chemical. It's literally anywhere from dozens to thousands, depending on how you add them up. So in Connecticut, there's a bit of a division of labor. Drinking water is handled by our colleagues at the Department of Public Health and Rocky Hill Laboratory, and the remaining matrices, food, soil, will probably come to my group eventually when this gets sorted out from a regulatory perspective. But we're also working with the University of Connecticut So to specifically answer your question, we have formed a laboratory testing group that meets once a month by Zoom, right now by Teams, to discuss specifically these testing issues and making sure that each group involved, public health, the Agricultural Experimentation, University of Connecticut, has we all know what equipment we have, we all know what methods we're using, and we're constantly discussing our techniques. But it's going to be a difficult problem to address on multiple levels.
Thank you. And maybe just share with the working group some more details on that and what we're doing in collaboration with our neighbors. I know Massachusetts has a very low level of PFAS as well. So I'm looking forward to hearing that. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. You're all set.
Okay, thank you.
Take your chemistry knowledge and have a nice day.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a great afternoon.
Up next is our Chief Workforce Officer, Kelly Valaris. We were trying to see if that was you over there, making a bet on it.
Good afternoon, Senator Walker. It's nice to see you for the second time today. I mean, Senator Austin, I'm sorry. I'm looking at
Twins.
both of you twice in one day.
People often mix the two of us up.
Awesome. And thank you, Senator Hartley, Representative Exum, Representative Paris, and members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Kelly Valaris, the Chief Workforce Officer, and I'm happy to appear before you today concerning Governor Lamont's proposal for budget adjustments for workforce development. The mission of the Office of Workforce Strategy is to coordinate workforce development across the state of Connecticut to build a cohesive, collaborative, and coordinated effort for the workforce ecosystem, to also serve as a staff to the Governor's Workforce Council, and to serve as a primary advisor to the Governor's workforce policy. The success of our office hinges on our ability to work collaboratively with our 5 regional workforce boards, our training providers, our educator partners, our community-based organizations, our government agencies to drive our operational plans and to build our ecosystem. To date, I'm not going to go into detail on all of these, but to date, we've had some notable accomplishments. First is the implementation of this $70 million Career Connect program that has launched successfully and in earnest at the beginning of this year with a lot of great initial outcomes I can share with you. The establishment of 11 regional sector partnerships in healthcare, data, bioscience, and manufacturing. The win of the Good Jobs Challenge. This was a $23.9 million grant from the EDA. We received the largest award of any state out of 509 applications. We were one of 32 chosen. And I believe that's because of the work that we have done previously with Career Connect and the regional sector partnerships. We also worked very collaboratively with the CSCU system and the healthcare system, our state agencies, on the development and implementation of CT Health Horizons, and we continue to support them in their implementation of that. And also with the Tech Talent Accelerator, which was a $1 million investment from the Career Connect, or the Tech Talent Fund out of DECD. And then just last week, the Office of Workforce Strategy, in partnership with our business partners, launched the first Workforce Partnership Initiative, which is a state chapter of the Business Roundtable, an association of CEOs nationwide working to promote a thriving U.S. economy and expand opportunities for all. This was an exciting event that engaged the largest companies in Connecticut in a very robust way. The governor's proposed 24-25 budget recommends funding necessary to support the Office of Workforce Strategy. And this will allow us to take the multiple funding sources that we have piecemeal together and be able to put Office of Workforce Strategy in a line item in the budget. And this will enable us to continue to expand our work by having a stable funding stream and being able to hire team members that are not durational in some of their current capacity, and also provide $35,000 a year as an operating budget so that we can continue our work. So I'm looking forward to answering any questions that you may have today.
Thank you very much, Kelly. So you were at the EB meeting this morning. Relative to the $70 million that you have gotten, do you have a breakout? And I don't need it right here, right now. Can you bring it to the working group that we have? I'd like a breakout on how that $70 million has been spent. Where do we stand? How much is left over? What have we done? Which sectors are we covering? So
I'm happy to do that. I have a one pager, and just briefly, we've invested $10 million in manufacturing. So we're excited about being able to take the MPI model and expand that across the state.
right, I'm very happy on that you've spent that much on manufacturing, but I do know that the healthcare industry is desperately in need of assistance, and so is the daycare industry. So and I think that they're all tangential to any of the work that we're doing, because if we don't have a good daycare, people can't get to work. If we don't have good health care, people can't work through whatever they may have going on in their lives. So I do think that there's a lot more that we have to be doing. So I'll always push for electric boat and the subcontractors relative to that, because it's important, not just for Eastern Connecticut, but across the state. And we're getting numbers from where all their workers are from, and they're not just from Eastern Connecticut, they're from all over the state. So I think that that's important, and they've increased the number of minority representation in electric boat, and the number of women that they have working at electric boat, and increasing both of those in the upper echelons of the companies, so that we're starting to see more diversity in the sub business. So I think that that's important. I'm not certain that I'm really there on why you have to be a standalone agency. Do you have a reason why that would be done? Because I don't know that I see that.
Yeah, so the Office of Workforce Strategy, we're very entrepreneurship, so to speak, in the work that we're doing. So we do a lot of outreach, collaborating, coordinating many different kind of desperate initiatives across the state of Connecticut. And being a small team allows us to really operate in a way that enables us to fully engage with our business partners, with our workforce boards, with our educational partners. The APO provides the back office support, but it's important that our office have our own attorney. Currently, we have been operating, trying to operationalize a $70 million plan, and needing to have a part-time attorney fill in to help us get those contracts out the door. Currently need contracting for the Good Jobs Challenge as well. So just having a little bit of a back office, which would be a fiscal person, an attorney, and then someone to kind of help us with some of our other operational functions, is really important to our office. And that would be, part of the 10 people that we have. The rest of the support would come with regards to HR and some levels of procurement, depending on what that is. I think more accounting in the core system would come from the support of the APO agency, which I believe is moving to DOL.
Thank you for that. Representative Walker.
Hi, Kelly. How are you doing? Good to see you. I'm going to go back 3 years ago when we first started this venture. And the concern that everybody had was that that your agency, then it was just it was a think tank, was basically going to dismantle our regional workforce boards. And many of us felt that our regional workforce boards had a very good control or understanding of a lot of the things that we needed in our community. So we said, no, we already have regional workforce boards. We don't need to have another, and part of the thing that we understand is that when you come into an organization, to government here, you're going to create your own brand. Unfortunately, sometimes when you create your own brand, you end up duplicating and then swallowing. And so when I looked at the Department of Labor's budget today, there were several entities in there that all of us have been supporting, and yet they were being unfunded. And so we started to feel that mission of absorbing the regional workforce boards into the Office of Workforce Strategy, especially because the commissioner of DOL pointed out that when they took away 1.4 million out of the manufacturing pipeline, it was stated that that was being transferred over to workforce strategy. And so what we thought was going to happen, and we were told, no, it wasn't, it is happening. And I'm not saying that, I guess what I'm trying to say is, first of all, it would have been a better and a more honest venture for us to talk about how we work in partnership with each other, as opposed to slowly eliminating the agencies that we have been supporting for a long time. In your budget, you have the 1.4 million that was going to be, it's not 1.4, it's now 1.3. But the 1.3 that was going to go to manufacturing pipeline is going to your personnel. And when we talked about that also, we have taken out of all the major agencies in the state, human services, which was transferred over to Department of Administrative Services, which has created an enormous backlog of us being able to actually do the business that we need here. And yet they're developing your organization to be independent of that, which is very interesting. We have enough that we can all do together. We have enough that we could support each other on, but that's not exactly what is happening with these movements. Now, I do believe you brought a lot of entities together that weren't necessarily in government, without question. They're businesses, but they have a different idea of how you run government than what we do. Someone said to me very honestly, businesses can fail, but government can't. Sure. And so when you change the dynamics, and we move in a group of people who have one mission and one design, you're going to end up losing a lot of things that have become very important in making sure our government works. I think I've come to some of your meetings and I've listened. And you've heard me, because I've talked about the importance of a reentry and how that is an important thing. We've got things that are in our government that we have to make successful in order for our government to be successful. But it's not necessarily going to be a highlight of the agenda that's going to happen out of the workforce strategy, I'll be honest. I don't know how I feel right now, because I think you really have a good, strong foundation, but I don't think that it can take away the things that we have been putting into other programs and agencies, because that eliminates a group of people who probably, if they had the support in the design, they could be successful, which could make our state more successful. Senator Austin talked about teachers and nurses. We're desperate right now. Manufacturing is good, but that's a business model. Government are the things that we need to focus on. So those things are there, but they're not there in the way we need it to be. I worry about that. I really do. But I do believe we can work together, but the focus has to shift. Otherwise, we're going to decimate a lot of communities and entities that we cannot allow fail. So I guess I did something that my members know that I don't like them to do. But I had to say this because I looked at everything that I saw from your organization. This was, the governor said this was going to be out of his office, and it was not going to be an independent agency. It was in the papers. This is not going to be and here we are. And then he also said that it's going to be working along with everybody, but it doesn't seem to be working along with everybody because it's not taking in all those interests that we need to have happen. Housing needs to be in there. And I know we talk about it, but there are a lot of things. So I just hope that you understand, I'm not trying to say that your way is totally wrong, but I know you cannot ignore what we try to do in the General Assembly to address the needs of everybody here. So.
Well, I do appreciate you sharing your concerns, and I definitely can understand your concerns from that perspective. However, I'm not sure that all of the information or how it is that we're working is clear across the way. So I have not any intention of taking anything away from anyone. Part of the goal here of getting us into our own budget is so that we can free up some of those WIOA funds that are supporting our teams so that we can get that back into the workforce system. With regards to what's happening at DOL and whatever they're doing to eliminate positions, I have no knowledge of that. That is not really the goal here of the Office of Workforce Strategy. Was that we would be the strategic arm of the Governor's Workforce Council, which is a state workforce board, and that we would implement that strategy. And that is really what we have focused on. We support DOL. They support us in the fact that they do the compliance and the reporting. They have apprenticeship over there and some other things that they focus on. But we have not in any way tried to take away from their work, and we collaborate on a regular basis. So I'm not sure what those budget cuts are that you're referring to. With regards to the budget for the manufacturing pipeline initiative, I spoke repeatedly to OPM to understand what that was. And my understanding through them is that there was a $1.4 million add-on, and that they're taking that add-on back, and it was supposed to be a one-time allocation for programming. That's my what I've learned, how I see it. So it might not match with how you see it, but I think this shows kind of the difference a little bit in perspective. And the funding for our office is for personnel, not for programming. And our work really has been to collaborate across state agencies. We've worked closely with many other commissioners on supporting the programming that they are invested in and that they are responsible for. We're working with state agencies to be figuring out the best way for them to become an employer partner of ours as we go through and all the different training programs, especially in IT and healthcare. There's so many openings for those positions in the state of Connecticut. So how can we funnel people who are going through those programs and into state employment? So a lot of that work is happening. We're not in any way trying to take the place of the workforce boards. We've been extremely collaborative with them. We meet every single week as a group, and then each of us meet one-on-one monthly. But the work that we've been able to do through this collaboration is really been to scale a lot of the best practices, that each of the boards all do something very well, but they do it well in their region. And so the goal of Career Connect and of the Good Jobs Challenge was to help them scale those best practices across the state so that they would be available for all of our residents, no matter what zip code that you lived in. So we're proud of that. And we have a marketing campaign that we've been working on, and I have some statistics that I can share with you, but that marketing campaign is really meeting the goal of getting into the hardest to serve communities And then on top of that, all of our grantees also have funding for additional marketing that they're really driving, the content into their communities and neighborhoods. So I'm happy to share that with you.
I would look forward to seeing that information, but if you look at the budget that's in your line, personnel services is staffing, and the 1.4 went to personnel services. If it's any other entity, it goes into other expenses. So the money that's coming out of manufacturing, which we put in because we wanted to expand the services because they were doing such a good job, which you talked about. In fact, you came from that group. And so that was also letting them know that this was important. So I'll stop because my colleagues have questions. I apologize. Sorry.
Thank you. Up next is Representative Nuccio, followed by Senator Hartley, followed by Representative Dathan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome. I have a few questions. If I'm reading this correctly, and going through this, the first policy revision on here is the transfer of the 3 heads from the governor's office to the newly formed Office of Workforce Strategy. Then there are 4 positions that are currently supported by federal funds, 2 positions for administrative and fiscal support, and 1 position for regulation, prevention, and education of cannabis. Of the 10 positions in here, 7 appear to be new positions. Is that correct?
There are 4 new positions.
Which 4 are the new positions?
So the crosswalk is the business leadership and regional sector partnership director would be new. The cannabis workforce coordinator, a chief of staff, and the operations director.
So is that I'm not following. 4 positions currently funded through primarily through federal funding. So those were federally funded and now we're taking them on to the state budget, correct?
Correct. So those are federally funded through grant dollars.
Yep.
And the Office of Workforce Strategy was codified as an independent agency last legislative session with an APO to the governor's office. So we're not looking to become an independent state agency. We're looking to add resources to our team. And for, reasons that the Office of Policy Management, the governor's office, decided to move our APO status to the Department of Labor. So that is a transition of just where the resources that we were using were coming from. And then we're adding these positions so that we can operationalize our plans without fiscal procurement. Right now, currently, I have an administrative assistant who is doing covering legal, not signing on the dotted line attorney stuff, but also doing fiscal and procurement. So someone, one person doing 3 people's jobs essentially, which makes it very difficult for us to operationalize our plans. It took about a year to get our ARPA contracts completed and through execution.
Okay, I'm just trying to make the math work here. So this says currently there are 9 positions with OWS. 2 positions are fully funded through the general fund appropriations, and 7 are funded with a combination of general fund appropriations and federal funds. So there's 4, they were federal funds, and now we're bringing them on to the state budget as employees for the state.
Yes.
Okay, so those are new positions then for the
Yes.
state budget. And then there's the 2 that are positions for administrative and fiscal support. Are those new or were they transferred from someplace else?
No, those would be new.
Those are new also. So we're up to 6. And then the cannabis one is the 7. So there are 7 new positions in this budget that were not here last time.
Correct, because we only had 3 that we could get through WIOA and state dollars, right?
Okay, so 7 new positions. I want to kind of chime into what Senator Austin was saying. The $10 million in manufacturing, and you mentioned that there's no programming in your budget. So where are the dollars for the programming being housed?
what I was referring to is that there's programmatic dollars, not state programmatic dollars. So the funding for our programs are ARPA dollars. So Career Connect was state allocated ARPA dollars, and the Good Jobs Challenge will be federal allocated ARPA dollars.
All right, so all of the programming right now is being done through ARPA dollars.
Correct.
There's no, okay. And I would like to understand exactly, and again, this is probably for the meeting, not for now, because I don't want anybody to throw anything at me up here. I want to understand what we're doing outside of manufacturing. We're hearing an awful lot about manufacturing, and I respect that. I respect the EB piece of it and all of that, but we are dying in the fields of healthcare. We are seeing, and I don't want to be the person who's crying, we've got shortages, because we have shortages everywhere. Every single person that has come to TIP before us has said, we can't hire people, we need to pay them more, but people don't seem to understand if you pay them more and she pays them more and he pays them more and she pays them more, it's just a shortage of people. We need people to move here. But I want to understand what OWS is doing in terms of the healthcare shortages and the IT shortages that are going to drive bigger issues for the state. And since programmatic funding is not in here, I can't follow those dollars anywhere. I can't see them anywhere. So I can't find them anywhere on the budget right now. So if you can get some sort of map to show us the funding.
An entire summary with 11.6 million in healthcare. I have 10 million in clean energy. I have 4 million in CDL licensing. In IT, there's almost 7 million. And then there's grants that have multiple industries that they're servicing for another 12 million, which is spread out amongst those. But I'm happy to provide this to you today and then to send you the electronic file with all of the investments. Also, we have all of the programs with the Good Job Challenge. Those are also have a lot of employer driven workforce training programs. So I have a list of all of those investments as well and what's going there. And I'm happy to share that with you. We're really looking at how did we, when we took these dollars, looking at what are the industries that are in demand today, plus have growth in the future. And then looking at, where people live and where jobs are, and then worked to ensure that we had a disbursement across the state of programs that would meet all of those. And with healthcare, we were really excited to expand the Workplaces Healthcare Academy, which is an academy up front when people come into healthcare and they decide this is the industry that I want to be in. They do a really great job of helping people understand what career ladder within healthcare is appropriate for them. So if they don't want to be forward patient facing, they're not going to want to be a CNA. They're probably going to want to be something like a process sterilization. So we also have programming, across probably 5 or 6 or more career ladders within healthcare.
I appreciate that. If you can please send that over. And if you could just let us know again, where those dollars are in the budget. If they're all ARPA, then, point out where they are in here so we can kind of track those dollars.
Perfect.
I would really appreciate it.
Happy to do that.
Thank you very much. That's it, Madam Chair.
Next we have Senator Hartley, then Representative Dayton. Representative Porter, you want? Yes, and Representative Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Kelly. Lot to talk about in little sound bites here, and it's hard to absorb. And so, yes, just to follow up on actually the points made by all of my colleagues, because we're really looking at this now to be stood up agency, kind of with only one eye here, only half of it we. And so the information you just referenced is stuff that we probably should be able to have at this point right now. So we're understanding. All we see here is FTEs, and we don't know what the heck is the other part of this. So, we help us to have the full picture with that and any other information that maybe we're not asking for now, but will give us the 360 view of OWS. So just for clarification, as we're talking about this transition, from under the governor's office to APO, do I understand properly that it's only going to be for administrative back office support, not programmatic?
The APO is the back office support from DOL. That is the APO definition. The Office of Workforce Strategy is an independent agency, and we're currently APO to the governor's office. So that APO is going to move to DOL. I understand that's a decision that was made. But the FTAs will be independent under the Office of Workforce Strategy, and we run the programs. So, currently we have ARPA dollars that we're looking at, and in the future, the goal is to look for additional grant funded opportunities. Like currently, we're working with DOT and other state agencies on some of the infrastructure grants that they're working on, and there's large workforce component pieces of that. So we're working to collaborate with them so that they understand what do they need to do to build the workforce. And so we would take that component of their grant and help implement that with them, in partnership with them, to ensure that they're getting the workforce they need. And we're doing that robustly with other state agencies as well.
Right. Okay. But in terms of programs, you are not anticipating taking on those kinds of programs. I think there was conversation at the beginning of this presentation, about blurring of the lines. So this is not, for an example, a process by which the workforce boards morph over to OWS.
Correct. These are nothing that we've taken away from the workforce boards. These are things that have been enhanced for in partnership with the workforce boards, opportunities that they may have not gotten without the Office of Workforce Strategy. When we look at the Good Jobs Challenge for that almost $24 million, that was really based on the work that we did establishing regional sector partnerships, because the goal of that grant is to establish regional sector partnerships. So we're about a year ahead of many other states on where we were at with regards to the development of our state strategy and the implementation. And so, there's things that we're doing here that are additive to. Another example is last year, I believe it was last year, maybe a year and a half ago, the workforce boards received a $10 million grant from the H-1B, which they had historically received some grant funding from H-1B, but it was usually either a workforce board or two workforce boards getting smaller awards. When we asked the workforce boards to collaborate on a statewide initiative, they received 76 letters of support, largest number of support letters ever, and we received the full $10 million allotment to the state to do programming across the state. The workforce boards put the application together. They're implementing that application, but they're doing it in a little bit more of a robust way across the state with a larger award. So those are, an example of some of the things that we're trying to do. Also, the Career Connect statewide portal is a component of the $70 million ARPA fund, but this really took an idea that was happening in the East to have a virtual portal for people who are interested in job training programs to come into. And over the course of the 5 years that the portal has been in Eastern Connecticut, they have about 10,000 people have come through the portal. In the 3 months that we've launched our portal, we've got 2,700. So this is an opportunity for people to have, it's much easier for people to understand there's one place that they can go to instead of trying to find multiple different sources and opportunities. And there's a lot of really good things that are coming out of that portal. And that portal was designed with the lead of EWIB, the Eastern Workforce Investment Board, in partnership with the other boards.
Thank you, Kelly, for that answer. So when you get back to us with the information about the budget and so forth. If you could give us your organizational chart and identify each FTE with regard to general fund versus federal money or ARPA money. I mean, so we clearly see who's in the agency. And then the governor's discretional WIA money is what has funded you to date.
A good portion of that. Well,
Yeah.
500,000. Yeah.
Yeah. And so is that embedded into your budget here as well, a continuation of that?
The governor's reserve is determined through the state workforce board. They're the ones that decide what the allocation is. There's been historic allocations of the WIOA funding to the Department of Labor that we continue to fund because they need those funds to do their mission. And the extra funds, we're working very collaboratively with the workforce boards. For example, last year there was an extra $750,000 of governor's reserve funding that came in through the formula funds. And we worked with the boards to say, what do you want to do with this money? How do you want to spend the money? So we collaboratively came up with two things that were important to the boards. The first is Capital Workforce Partners is building a new AJC center in Hartford, and they're piloting some integrated technology into their new facility that the rest of the workforce boards were very interested to understand how could that benefit all of them. And so they decided collectively to fund the $125,000 cost for that technology to go there as a pilot. And the rest of that funding was put aside in partnership with the Department of Labor, Office of Workforce Strategy, and the 5 workforce boards to improve CT hires. And this was some systems improvements that DOL had wanted to do for a long time. And so we collaborated on this effort. Now, we haven't started on that work yet, but those funds have been sitting, allocating, waiting for us to work with them. And they wanted to get their UI rollout completed before we started down this work. So you can see that we've been, very supportive of making sure that the funding extra WIOA dollars go to the things that are important to enhancing the system. And we will continue to do that. And we'll continue to do that, especially with regards to the funding, the extra 500,000 that was allocated to for support people can now go back into that process and working collaboratively with the boards to determine the best way to do that.
So are you telling me that we have money that we have not expended from last year's governor's reserve dollars?
So there's funding that has been allocated for the enhancement of the CT hires in the system that
So
the
answer is
workforce
yes.
boards.
So that's yes.
Yes, but there's three plus years to use those funds.
So then there will not be another allocation of governor's reserve dollars into this budget. It'll be what is existing already.
There's an allocation annually into the budget.
So there will be another one.
There will be another
And
one.
so do you have an estimation of what that dollar amount might be? Because we don't see that in here.
Right. That is a formula fund that comes from the feds and sometime in the beginning to the middle of April. So we do not know what that fund amount is yet.
Okay, to be determined, but that will be in here before the start of the fiscal year.
It should be, yes.
Yeah, and that'll be, so we were talking about 500K previously. Is it prudent to estimate that it might be in that range? Might be
I would
a
say
little
it would be.
conservative? Okay, so we're thinking maybe 400 to 500.
Somewhere in there. I mean, it's based on unemployment data and some other data. The formulas are somewhat complicated, so it's difficult to kind of understand what exactly it's going to be, but it doesn't fluctuate more than $1 million or $2 million a year.
Okay, and so that I don't time out here, let me just ask you, when you come in to see us, oh, they're laughing. Does that mean I already have? To give us the update on the CDL program?
Absolutely.
And then with regard to that, there is a conversation, there's a bill floating around to do a similar program in different trades or skills like that. So I would like to hear more about that from obviously your office. And then I also want to talk about, when we get to the working group, you know, we talk about the money we put into manufacturing. There's a lot of comment that's come back saying that, you know, we're trying to do these short-term certificates, get people very quickly into the workforce. Obviously, we need them, you know, stackable credits and the like. But a lot of the industry is saying that's not giving us the talent and the skill we need. And these short-term certificate programs, you know, it's not what we need right now. So I think about that, and let's talk about that when we roll up our sleeves next week.
Happy to do so.
Yeah,
And we had a lengthy conversation with Senator Maroney about the accelerator fund, and we provided testimony to that as well.
Yeah, okay, that's a little different than the last thing I just talked about. Yeah, but
That was the
CDL.
CDL
Yeah,
licensing.
CDL,
Yeah.
yep. And then, so Kelly, today's the 27th of February. You know where I'm going?
I do.
Yeah. What do you got for me? We're waiting on, just for everybody's edification, a report on the post-COVID return to work for women, because we talk about workforce, the women have been the ones who have most significantly been hit in terms of return to work. And Kelly and her expertise and her team have been looking into that, and we more than anticipate that report, which was due, I think, I don't know when.
I'm waiting for the governor's office to approve the release of the report, and been following up on it every day, and I will continue to do so. I think they will approve a draft to be sent to you with some additional comments that they had, but I'm waiting for that. And just,
Well, can I just make a comment about that? Does the date legislation mean anything? Do they mean anything?
it absolutely does, and I apologize.
Yeah. Okay, I won't go any further.
Sorry, we've been really focused on operationalizing Career Connect, and it's been all hands on deck to get that program off the ground. So I do apologize. We do have programs in Career Connect that are focused specifically on women. Our marketing campaign has targeted women, and our the data that we're coming back is that 53% of the people that are going into the portal are women, and we have been working with the Office of Early Childhood on some of the initiatives that they have for childcare. We have plans for work to be done on transportation. And I know you had a whole housing discussion earlier, and we're happy to support that in any way that we can, but our training programs do cover housing, transportation, childcare as barriers to be removed to join into these training programs. So I do apologize on the report, but it doesn't mean we're not focused on that topic. It is very important and front of mind.
And it's, we just need to dovetail legislative working with executive and the branches and the agency. Thank you.
Thank you.
Understood.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Dayton, followed by Representative Porter.
Thank you. I will keep my questions and comments very brief, but thank you, Kelly. It's nice to see you in person today.
Thank you.
And I appreciate your presentation. I guess, you know, what I'm trying to really understand is how the Office of Workforce Strategy, will define success across these 11 different regional partnerships. I would like to have some more details, you know, financial sort of understanding of what this success means, how we envision that we will be ensuring that the dollars that are spent on programmatic as well as in sort of personal services are achieving what we hope to achieve. I know that, you know, some of our various partners in the state do a very good ROI, which I love. And I would really like to see details on how that will be. So in a year's time, when I say, oh, how are we doing? You can say, here is our dashboard against all of these different partnerships and how we're looking at. So please bring that to the work group on what you're sort of thinking. And I'll probably have some follow-on questions for that, but just trying to save everyone's time. And just to follow up with Representative Nuccio, I fully agree that we need to be looking at all of our sectors, but I'm working on this 5001 bill that's dealing with the IDD community. And I know we are doing a lot, and DDS does a program, a federal program, I think it's like SELF or something like that, that is helping folks that are in the IDD community get jobs and do that. But what I'm hearing from our nonprofit providers is really a huge issue in workforce. It is beyond just a rates issue. We really need to get in and develop the workforce from an earlier age. I want to really kind of drill in what programs are we doing to ensure that our schools are really developing that and see that as a career path. I want to see a professionalization of that industry. I mean, we see folks that are CNAs that, you know, don't want to go up the career ladder because they lose the overtime, they lose a lot of the other aspects of what they have chosen to do. But they're competing with the likes of Amazon, and we need to make sure that we really focus on that. And I haven't quite seen that yet. And it's really important to me, because if we are going to address our wait list of people in our safety net, and also this affects our elderly population and anybody in that safety net, how are we going to make sure that we address this? You know, Connecticut has an aging population, and we want to make sure as people age, they are well taken care of. So please, if you can bring that to the working group as well. And I will yield my time. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Representative Porter, followed by Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation today. I just wanted to, well, first I want to kind of go back to the return to work for women post-COVID. Just for clarification, the report is done. You're just waiting for approval from the governor's office to release it to us.
It needed approval from OPM and the governor's office to approve it. And just to be honest, it was late from us to them. And I've been putting a lot of undue pressure on them in a very short time to turn it around in the middle of session. So I need to take responsibility for that report being late.
And I appreciate you doing that. So my question is, has OPM approved it?
Yes.
So we're waiting on the governor's office.
They
to
have a
approve it.
couple pieces of feedback that I should be getting in the next day or so.
Okay, so it needs to be edited. It's going to go back to OPM, or is it going back now? to
I
the
think they're not substantial changes that will hold it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess my last question on that, and I'll move on, is what is the time that you're estimating that we should have that report?
I tried to give Senator Hartley that answer last week, and I was not able to meet the requirement, the date that I gave her. So, I mean, I would hope that it will be within this week, but again, I'm at I don't have the control over
Okay,
it.
so just to close out, I think my request would be at this point, if by the end of the week you are not able to issue that report to us, that you at least notify the committee, and you can do that through Susan King.
Absolutely, we will do that.
And then the other thing that I wanted to do through you, Madam Chair, is there's a total of 7 new positions that you've reported. For the work group, would you please provide like the criteria and the qualifications of what these positions are, what you're looking to do with each position, and salary?
Yes. Did you want me to do that now or bring it to the working group?
No, at the
Okay.
work group, please. Thank you.
Absolutely. We
You're
have
trying
all
to
of,
get my head cut
thank
off.
you. We have all that information and an org chart. We've done all the deep dives.
Okay.
So we have all of that readily available to provide. to
That
you.
would be great. If you could provide that for us at the work group, that would be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you so much again. And
Thank
thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Last but not least is Representative Harrison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. I'm going to, I guess, echo the sentiments of my chair for Commerce. I'm the ranking there, and I appreciate Rep. Porter, but you know, it's really hindering us getting our work done, not having this report. So Representative Porter's asked if we can have it by Friday. I really would like for you to send to all of the people, the rankings and the co-chairs for our committee, if we are not going to have it on Friday, And please provide for us a date when we can have it. It's, something that was supposed to be done. And like I said, it is holding up us trying to get our work done. Thank
I
you, Madam
appreciate
Chair.
that and I apologize. We will do that.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you very much for coming before us. We are a difficult group sometimes, but that's
We
because
all walk away smiling though.
we do.
Thank you very much
All
for
right.
your,
Have a nice day.
thank you, you too.
Bye. Okay, everybody, you know that those of you who are going to go and work from home should go because the meeting starts at 5. I'll start from here. And if any of you are interested in taking an hour or so on the calling the folks, please talk to Sue Keen and we'll get people on that.
Yeah, you can do that hour from home.
So I'll start here. I'll stay here. Hopefully I'll stay here until we get rid of all the people that are gonna be here.
Are you gonna do all the ones here first?
No, because I don't know how many, we'll follow the list, because we have to follow the list, but I'm imagining some people aren't gonna come tonight because of the snowstorm.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Well, I think that let's kind of play it by ear. We'll see. If we only have 2 people here and they're at the end of the list, we're gonna do those 2 somehow or another. But if we have 50 people, we really can't do 50 people out of order. So, all right, guys? We're gonna come back and it is now 4:26. We have 34 minutes.